The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1341. An uneventful round translator. Namyami editor. Namyami Pan Lin and Li Yibo were surprised at the arrangements Happy had made this round, and at this point, Happy and Miracle were deep into their match. Target Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash. He Ming's analysis and plan was good in theory, but reality told them that Kaio Yifen wasn't someone they could wipe out so easily. When the two sides met, they didn't see a hint of 1-inch ash. The other had gone on some strategic approach. Matches weren't so inflexible. Since their target wasn't there, they weren't going to cling to this plan, ignore what was in front of them and run off to find their target. Thus, Miracle, seeing that they had the advantage in numbers, decided to just go for it. They did, in fact, have the advantage in numbers, and a huge advantage, too. When the two sides met face to face, Miracle was a full team of 5 while Happy was only Tang Ru and Su Macheng's characters. 5v2, what was there to be afraid of? Miracle swarmed over, but they knew that Happy wouldn't just send people for them to kill, so they were on guard for if Happy would suddenly attack from some other direction. 5v2, with this exchange, there had yet to be a result, but He Ming, Wang Zi and Shen Jian felt rather anxious. What were they up against? The combo of a battle mage and a launcher. The combo they were most familiar with, the one that the team they had spent years in revolved around. Plus, in the past this combo had done it all. 2v1, 2v2, 2v3, 2v4, 2v5. Subconsciously, He Ming and Co. had erased their advantage in number from their mind. Advantage? What advantage? They were the ones pinned. Soon enough, Fang Rui's Boundless Sea appeared, and Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash also arrived from their right and left flanks, executing a pincer attack on Miracle. 1-inch ash had appeared, but the goal of focusing on getting rid of 1-inch ash wasn't going to be easy to accomplish at all. He Ming and Co. shockingly realized that they had been trapped. Also, this scene was too familiar. In the past, it was their opponents who would be trapped by the battle mage and launcher duo, while they caused trouble from the sides. So in the end, it was the strategy we were most familiar with. He Ming and the other two spirits fell. Lord Grim and Dancing Rain had used their familiarity with these two opponents to craft a strategy to counteract them. Lord Grim straight up didn't show up though, yet it was like Miracle had lost their core. In the end, however, Soft Mist and Dancing Rain had executed a playstyle that was far more familiar to them than Lord Grim and Dancing Rain, giving them a sense of déjà vu. Sigh if they had known earlier. He Ming and Co. all held such thoughts. In the end, the team competition ended in Happy's victory, and Happy had won a spectacular score of 9-1 this round. In the post-match press conference, no one had much interest in Miracle, and their press conference ended quickly. When Happy arrived, the reports naturally expressed great interest in Luo Jai's appearance in the match and Ye Xiu's lack thereof in the team competition. The answer they received was that they were preparing for the playoffs. Happy already getting into the pace for the playoffs. Soon enough, such headlines appeared on the news. However, this wasn't really anything to be too shocked about. The season was approaching its last stages, and teams that had stable scores were already preparing themselves for the playoffs. No matter now or before, the playoffs had always been different from the regular season. The matches were frequent, and you'd have to travel back and forth for the home and away games. This truly did necessitate some adjustments and planning. However, it was only round 28. Wasn't Happy getting into the pace of the playoffs a little too soon? If they started preparing their troops and training them, then weren't they afraid of accidentally slipping out of the playoffs list? However, this round of training their troops still ended up with a landslide victory of 9-1, so what could anyone really say? Those Happy haters could only swallow their words in the face of reality. Round 28 was a round of landslide victories from the powerhouses. Apart from Wind Howl's 9-1 victory against 301 Degrees, nothing unexpected happened in any of the other matches. Team Happy, gaining another 9 points to their score, had 187 points in total, continuing to place 6th. Next was Team 100 Blossoms with 183. After Wind Howl had beaten 301 Degrees, they had managed to overtake the other team with their 9-1 victory. Though they had the same number of points at 167, Wind Howl had beaten 301 Degrees 9-1 this round, and lost to 301 Degrees 3-7 in the 9th round. The total score of their matches was 12-8, Wind Howl in the lead, so Wind Howl was ranked above 301 Degrees despite their equal point value. Wind Howl and 301 Degrees ranking switch was the only movement for this round. The other teams all retained their original rankings. For all the teams ranked lower than number 12's Royal Style, it was more or less over for them this season. Now all that was left was to see if they would make a final charge towards gaining a few more points on the rankings. However, this motivation was primarily present in the club, and not the players. The media was diving into the small area surrounding 8th place. They didn't even bother reporting on the top-ranked powerhouses Samsara, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, etc. The fight for the top place in the regular season had long since lost its suspense. The powerhouses' score were stable, and there was no way they would fall out of the top 8. What was there to write about? The teams heading for the top 4 did have some juice to them. After all, being in the top 4 did have the advantage of an extra home game. However, compared to the fight for the 8th place, the charge for the top 4 could be pushed to the back burner. April 3rd, round 29 of the Pro League, 301 Degrees welcoming Misty Rain to their home game became one of the more interesting face-offs. Misty Rain currently had 149 points, ranked 10th, was 18 points away from the 9th and 8th ranked 301 Degrees and Wind Howl. They still had hope for getting into the playoffs. However, considering Misty Rain's performance this season, most people didn't really expect anything. Team Misty Rain's new playstyle had been constantly criticized, but after the winter transfer window, they still didn't make any adjustments. In the latter half of the season, their performance hadn't improved any. Now in these last 10 rounds, no one knew if they even had the courage to make the charge for the playoffs. Though the club PR always sprouted messages about trust, diligence, fighting for a chance to turn the tables, these were things everyone knew to say. Bright Green and Seaside had also said that they wouldn't give up, but anyone could see that they had already disarmed themselves. Round 29 was rather calm. Happy had an away game against Royal Style this round. Once a top team, they had already fallen to the point where they didn't even have a chance for the playoffs. However, Royal Style's home turf was still as lively as ever. This was an old team with 10 years of history, after all. How many other teams in the Alliance had 10 years of history? There were many older fans in their home stadium. Middle-aged fans were no rare sight. This was probably a scene exclusive to older teams. These people probably hadn't dedicated themselves to glory much later than even Ye Xiu. Though they were only normal players, lacking the accomplishments that Ye Xiu had achieved, they definitely didn't love glory any less, able to persist for a full 10 years. Glory had already become an integral part of their lives. Royal Style had completely fallen, but these people didn't leave. Like how glory was an integral part of their lives, Royal Style was an integral part of their glory. They had gotten used to supporting this team. If they did well, then good. If they didn't, it didn't matter either. They were no longer fans at an age where they would run over to young players and new promising teams, howling with excitement. In the first individual competition, Happy continued to field Ye Xiu, and the audience even applauded when Ye Xiu entered the stage. They had watched 10 years of glory, so they held respect for this veteran of 10 years. Thought this guy had crushed Royal Style in the finals of the very first season of the Glory Pro League. Royal Style didn't have as big of a grudge as Tyranny. After all, they only held a grudge for this 1 year, not like how Excellent Era and Tyranny had gone back and forth for a full 4 years, always clashing in the finals. That would naturally result in such a huge grudge. The applause was rather surprising for Ye Xiu, and he acknowledged the audience with a wave. Thinking of Royal Style's past, and then their present, Ye Xiu grew deeply nostalgic. Then, on the stage, seeing the opposing player and character, Ye Xiu's breath hitched with emotion. Tiansen, Peaceful Hermit. Royal Style had sent out their core and captain in the first match against Ye Xiu. Unlike Wind Howl sending Tang Hao up first, Royal Style had probably arranged this with a very different attitude. In this season, they wouldn't be able to do much more or aim for anything further. Thus, they relaxed, and even their core came over to fight an individual match. They probably wanted to try breaking Ye Xiu's record, giving their team a little boost and their fans some action. After all, if they just ended it like this, it would be way too calm. Peaceful Hermit. Ye Xiu gazed at the character projected by the central projector of the stadium. This was the character that fought with Ye Xiu over the championship of the very first season of the Glory Pro Alliance. Back then, One Autumn Leaf, Desert Dust, and this Peaceful Hermit were the three most elite, most famous characters of the Alliance. And now, Peaceful Hermit. Now how many young people still remembered the strength of this character? In the All-Stars this season, Peaceful Hermit didn't even get in. Tiansen Ye Xiu looked to Peaceful Hermit's current player, getting into the player booth on the other side. This player, tall and built more like an athlete than an esports player, always seemed to struggle to get into the booth more than others. It was somewhat comical. The Golden Generation, the batch of rookies that had shown the brightest, had all become core members of their teams. Tiansen was probably the most tragic of them. His pro career had consisted of watching as Royal Style declined from a top powerhouse to a team that didn't even have hope to enter the playoffs. Yet he still persisted, silently. In the winter transfer window, 301 Degrees had invited him to join their team. Before Team Royal Style could express anything, he had stepped forth to speak his own mind. No matter how well they did just by this heart, he was a player deserving of respect. As Ye Xiu entered the player booth, he thought of the player who had Peaceful Hermit before Tiansen. That player had been known as one of the three gods of that era, along with Ye Xiu and Han Wenqing. Guo Minjiu. God my ass, Ye Xiu cursed as he inserted his account card into the card reader. He owes me money and he just disappeared like that. What an ass. Chapter 1342, they call it counter. Chapter 1342, they call it counter. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami Happy vs. Royal Style, Individual Competition Match 1. Both characters had already loaded onto the map. On one side was a 10-year player who had changed character. On the other side was a 10-year character who had changed player. These two sides rich with history stood on the stage now, and quickly met at the center of the map. This was Royal Style's home game, but Royal Style had actually chosen to use a simple map like the ones that Ye Xiu normally chose. For a team that already had no more goals for this season, these matches had no pressure. Tiansen probably wanted to use this kind of battlefield to directly break Ye Xiu. How daring! Ye Xiu couldn't help but praise the opponent. Bring it, Tiansen answered. He had joined Royal Style just in time to witness the team's decline from prosperity. Everyone said that his story was a tragedy, but in reality, Tiansen felt that he was still rather fortunate. At least Team Royal Style was still here, and he could still be its member. But what about the person in front of him now? Where was the team he once represented, Excellent Era? Once upon a time it was at the pinnacle of glory, a dynasty-establishing team, but it had since collapsed until it was nothing more than smoke and ashes. And the final blow had been delivered by this person himself. This person standing here now, he was the most tragic person in glory, was he not? There had been numerous discussions about what had happened between Ye Xiu and Excellent Era. Tian Sen wasn't someone who liked to gossip, but he believed Ye Xiu. He believed that as long as he was allowed, he would absolutely fight for Excellent Era until the end. No matter how well or poorly the team fared, he wouldn't leave or quit. This wasn't mere loyalty. This was a sort of unbreakable tie that existed between the first generation of players, their teams, and their characters. Tian Sen understood this well, because he had inherited all of this. Even though he was part of the golden generation, he adhered to spirit and ideas of the founding generation. Parting from one's team, parting from one's character, it was undoubtedly painful. So Tian Sen refused to leave Team Royal style, no matter how many promising invitations he received. As for this person before him now, he parted from his team, parted from his character, and even had to fight a death match against his one autumn leaf. When he thought about these things, Tian Sen always felt deeply wronged on Ye Xiu's behalf. But even so, Ye Xiu hadn't fallen. He continued to advance forward, all for the sake of glory. Yes, for glory. This was the spirit of the first generation of players, the founding generation. No matter what situations they faced, they would never give up. Why had Ye Xiu chosen the extraordinarily difficult road of building his own team? Tian Sen felt that he understood. Because, aside from Excellent Era, he wouldn't choose anywhere else. He could only start over from zero and create a team himself. Perhaps everyone could see the hardships he went through. Perhaps they could see the miracle that was his return to the Alliance. But no one would ever truly know the tragic journey his heart had taken. But even so, Tian Sen would still use everything he had to defeat him. This was the greatest respect he could offer to this type of player. Bring it. After saying this, Tian Sen was already attacking. Back in the day, Peaceful Hermit hadn't beaten one autumn leaf. Then what about today's Lord Grimm? It was said that the Exorcist was the counter to the unspecialized Lord Grimm. But as the #1 exorcist in glory, Tian Sen had only 2 words to say to this. How naive. If an equipment-sealing talisman was enough to make an exorcist the counter to Lord Grimm, then what about those who had methods to dizzy, to put to sleep, or any other control techniques? Would those become all sorts of counters? Every skill had its value. But for one skill to raise a class to the status of being a perfect counter, that was too shallow a way of thinking. The skill was there, but how to use it? Team Void's GKG was an excellent exorcist rookie, but hadn't he fallen to Ye Xiu all the same? Counter, what counter? There was no such thing as a perfect counter in glory. Those who thought they were counters, they were just waiting to be countered by the opponent. Because the opponent would always successfully use what you were trying to block. Especially this person here, the glory textbook Ye Xiu, the master of calculation. No one who had heard the words and deeds of the older generation would ever forget this. Team Void, still too young. That was why GKG, when placed on the field, would be sent running in circles. Tian Sen wouldn't be that naive. He didn't treat himself as the counter. He faced this confrontation as he would any match. 2 players, 2 characters, 2 classes. On one side the unspecialized, on the other the exorcist. Peaceful Hermit's left hand snatched a talisman from the air, while his right hand was already waving the scythe Death Savvy as he charged forward. Without fear, he began close-ranged combat with Lord Grimm. But Ye Xiu was unalarmed. Lord Grimm swung the myriad manifestations umbrella, switching to gun form, and fired a rapid burst of shots toward Peaceful Hermit. Gatling gun. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The gunshots were non-stop. Under Ye Xiu's control, the bullets flew everywhere, attacking not one point but an area. Peaceful Hermit shook his left hand and the talisman flashed with light. Characters had already formed on the paper, and it was quickly slapped onto his own shoulder. Hardening talisman. Peaceful hermit didn't dodge. He simply continued to charge straight forward. The bullets exploded on his body in sparks, and he took some damage, but his forward momentum wasn't hampered by these bullets. This was the effect of hardening talisman. A stronger version of the striker's skill reinforced iron bones. Using the increased defense granted by this talisman, Peaceful Hermit swiftly approached Lord Grim. Lord Grim threw a grenade at Peaceful Hermit's feet, but Tiansen completely ignored it as well. When Peaceful Hermit stepped there, that grenade exploded, but even though it left a hole in the ground, it didn't shake Peaceful Hermit at all. Shadow Cloak. Lord Grim swept his sleeve and sent another skill flying. This type of grab skill was the counter to super armor skills like Hardening Talisman, but Tiansen was fast with his controls. Peaceful Hermit swung Death Savvy down, and the scythe carved through the air with a burst of light. At first glance, it really seemed quite similar to the darkness swung out by Shadow Cloak. Two skills. Which was faster? The viewers waited for the result, but the two players had already made their judgments in an instant. Death Savvy's swing would come faster. The attack speed of a scythe was naturally 10, and the top exorcist Peaceful Hermit, having chosen such a fast weapon, would definitely have the best equipment to enhance his attack speed even further. Jump back. Ye Xiu immediately cancelled his Shadow Cloak and controlled Lord Grim to jump backward and dodge. But to his surprise, Death Savvy flew out of Peaceful Hermit's hand toward him. Tiansen had actually used Spirit Guidance. Throwing his weapon, of course, increased his attack range drastically, still carrying the trajectory it had had when Peaceful Hermit was swinging it. Lord Grim, jumping backward, couldn't escape this range, and it was too late to parry. Death Savvy hit Lord Grim right in the shoulder. Peaceful Hermit lifted his hand, already prepared to retrieve the weapon. But the scythe was hooked around Lord Grim's shoulder, so when the Spirit Guidance pulled the weapon back, it carried Lord Grim along with it. Peaceful Hermit's left hand had already snatched another talisman, a character already written on it, Immobile. Immobilizing talisman. His right hand pulled back his weapon, dragging Lord Grim along, while his left hand slapped out a talisman. They met, time slowed down, and this talisman was stuck right on Lord Grim's forehead. Instantly, Lord Grim was unable to move. But the audience burst into shouts. It wasn't because Peaceful Hermit had played excellently. It was because, as soon as that talisman landed on Lord Grim, another Lord Grim had already flashed behind Peaceful Hermit. Too bad I saw it. Tornado. Death Savvy suddenly flipped under Peaceful Hermit's elbow. Tiansen hadn't turned his camera view, but he already sent this attack to Lord Grim's real body. This attack came so suddenly, and Peaceful Hermit's attack speed was so high. Lord Grim, who had wanted to sneak up and use a cutthroat, was actually slashed by this backward, upside-down attack first. A sheet of red sprayed into the air. Ah! Chen Guo couldn't help but shout. She had already watched who knew how many matches of Ye Xiu's, but this was the first time she'd seen him caught by his opponent like this. She'd been so sure that Peaceful Hermit's neck would soon be spraying blood, but this time, the one bleeding was actually Lord Grim. And the scythe once again demonstrated its unique uses. After slashing, it once again hooked Lord Grim, preventing him from retreating to Peaceful Hermit's side. Peaceful Hermit had already turned around, his left hand already gripping yet another talisman. The character written on the paper flashed in the light as though it were about to fly out. The level 75 skill, targeting the opponent's equipment, the Seal Talisman. Tiansen didn't agree with the counter mindset, but that didn't mean he disagreed with the value of this skill. When there was a suitable opportunity and he could use it, he of course wouldn't let it go. Seal Talisman. With a twist of this body, Peaceful Hermit sent this talisman toward the myriad manifestations umbrella in Lord Grim's hand. Kaka. But with two sounds, the umbrella suddenly broke apart into two. Peaceful Hermit couldn't retract his slap, and the talisman landed upon Lord Grimm's chest. Clothes were equipment. The sealed talisman immediately took effect, and whatever stats granted by this upper body clothing were temporarily nullified. But this absolutely was not what Tian Sen wanted, and he didn't think better than nothing. A skill could only be considered successful if it achieved the effect it was meant to achieve. He failed this attack, and what was waiting for him afterward was of course a counterattack. The myriad manifestations umbrella split in two, that was its Tonfa form. The fighter class skills relied on this weapon form. Pow pow. Kicks and punches landed non-stop upon Peaceful Hermit's body. There were regular attacks, there were skills, and in the end there was a fling which sent Peaceful Hermit flying. Taking advantage of this grab skill's priority, which locked the target's movements, Lord Grimm chased after with a shining cut, and at the right angle, he was able to use a sand toss at point-blank range right onto Peaceful Hermit's face. When Peaceful Hermit hit the ground, his vision was completely dark. All he could see was a message from Ye Xiu in the chat box to the side. "You've studied my playstyle pretty thoroughly." Tian Sen had indeed studied Ye Xiu extremely well, and discovered that Ye Xiu loved using shadow clone technique to circle around behind the opponent. So, he carefully watched Lord Grimm's hands at all times. No matter what, shadow clone technique required hand seals to form. Unfortunately, even though he correctly anticipated the attack, he still fell short. Chapter 1343, The True Gunner God. Chapter 1343, The True Gunner God. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami. Ye Xiu versus Tian Sen. Ye Xiu still won in the end, but Tian Sen's loss wasn't ugly at all. He unleashed the style of Glory's #1 exorcist Peaceful Hermit to the fullest. After the final attack, Ye Xiu put away his battle mindset to genuinely express his feelings. Even though he didn't know where the familiar person had gone, the familiar character was still here, and a player who had inherited the spirit was still here. This sort of feeling was enough of a comfort. "You played well," Ye Xiu said in the chat. Whether opponent or teammate, he wouldn't be stingy with his praise. "You played well." The words were simple, but they were sincere to the fullest. The two left their competitor booths at about the same time, and the stadium was already filled with thunderous applause. It was for Tian Sen and for Ye Xiu as well. Perhaps it was because Royal Style already didn't need anything else from this season, and so the fans were more accepting, sending applause to the opponent both before and after the match. This opponent was worthy of respect, and the 28 consecutive individual win record was worthy of this applause. Happy earned a point first. Next up was Luo Jai again. Royal Style didn't have any feelings toward this player, so of course they didn't have much of a reaction. After experiencing last round's battle, Luo Jai was finally less nervous. During this week, he had watched the recording of the previous match over and over again. That was his first battle of his professional career, not diluted in the slightest, a true you die I live death match on the professional stage. Luo Jai analyzed many conclusions from that match. His online documents and the paper notebook at his side were dense with notes. It was just a 1v1 that had lasted only a few minutes. How many little details had he noticed in order to write so many things? But this was just Luo Jai's method, so no one disturbed him. He drew what he needed from this, and when he came across something he didn't understand, he would ask his seniors for help without hesitation. How much could he improve in 1 week? Luo Jai didn't know either. But he was standing on this stage, so he would simply do his best. As it turned out, Luo Jai's opponent this match happened to be the summoner player in Royal Style's roster named He Waitang. In the end, Luo Jai still lost, but he wasn't discouraged. 1 week of effort still wasn't enough. He just told himself this. Now he had one more recording which he could study. And then in the third individual round, Happy's Suma Cheng earned a point. Next, Happy sent Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Fang Rui in the group arena, but unexpectedly they lost. Royal Style's players were very relaxed as they played, with no pressure at all. Perhaps it was this attitude that allowed their performance to peak, and they ultimately won the 2 points of the group arena. In the team competition, Happy sent out Ye Xiu, Suma Cheng, Fang Rui, Steamed Bun, and Wenyi and Mo Fan. The lineup had a bit of rotation, but Happy played the team round very carefully. Royal Style could relax, but they couldn't. Ultimately, Happy won this team round, defeating Royal Style 7-3. Please work even harder in the playoffs. As they exchanged greetings after the match, Tian Sen didn't hold back with his words, sending Happy into the playoffs 9 rounds early. "All right, wanna come with us?" Ye Xiu laughed. "No need. Sooner or later we'll return to that stage as well," Tian Sen said. Even though their scores had been poor for several years running now, he didn't lose the pride of being a member of Royal Style. As long as they were still here, anything was possible. Tian Sen believed this deeply. "Keep it up." Ye Xiu shook his hand firmly. Thus, the curtain fell on Happy's away game against Royal Style. In another stadium, the live televised match between 301 and Misty Rain also ended at this time. Ultimately, the recently strong 301 turned out to be fiercer. Their loss to Windhowl hadn't stopped their good condition, and in this home game, they defeated Misty Rain 8-2. However, their main competitors right now, Windhowl, had done better this round. They had their away game against a team that was already viewed as relegated Seaside and didn't hold back in winning a 10-0. With this, Windhowl now surpassed 301 by 2 points, slightly expanding the lead they had just won last round. 301 was in 9th place, followed by Void. Void defeated Heavenly Swords 8-2 in their away game, continuing to maintain their chance at the top 8. They just had to wait for someone to mess up. However, with their current 11-point difference from 8th place, one mistake wasn't enough. The other team would have to make consecutive mistakes, and they would need to seize consecutive opportunities if they were to have their shot. Because of this, their chance was very uncertain, and Void's supporters were all extremely nervous. As for Misty Rain, after once again losing to their direct competitor, they now had a 26-point difference from the top 8. At this point, continuing to bite down on the theoretical possibility was no more than self-delusion. Misty Rain could be considered yet another team that had to say farewell to this season. This was the first time in recent years that this team had dropped out of the playoffs. In reality, Misty Rain's greatest point of criticism was still how they tended to crumble at crucial points. But there really wasn't any fault to be found on their technical or tactical aspects, and their scores had always been fairly stable. In order to try and improve, Misty Rain had made adjustments, but it now looked like their adjustments had only given them a rather failed season. People were already beginning to discuss what move Misty Rain would make next. After Happy finished this round, they prepared to rest overnight in City B. Heavenly Swords was also in City B and had just played a home game. After the match, they contacted Happy to get together. Heavenly Swords right now was like Royal Style, right in the middle, with no more goals for this season. Losing a match would still be saddening, but the sadness would disperse relatively quickly. At least when Happy's members met the Heavenly Swords team, they couldn't tell from their faces that they had just lost 2-8 in a home game. Once Heavenly Swords players arrived, they pulled Happy for a late-night snack. Every week, this day right after playing a match was indeed the most relaxed day of the week for pro players. As long as they were in the mood, hanging out during this weekend was fairly common. However, by the time they finished the match and the interviews, it wasn't very early, and both teams' players had the self-restraint not to stay out too late. When they were about to disperse, Lu Guaning wanted to extend the friendship of a host, and invited Happy to stay an extra day the next day. But Ye Xiu made a polite but clear refusal for himself, and Suma Cheng followed suit. Tomorrow is a Kingaming Festival 1. Someone from Heavenly Swords quietly reminded Lu Guaning, giving him pause. He didn't know if this was Ye Xiu's reason, but of course he couldn't ask. If someone was observing Kingaming Festival, there was nothing cheerful about that. Then I won't hold you guys up. We can get together next time, we have plenty of opportunities. Lu Guaning let the whole team of Happy go. Next time, Ye Xiu smiled. The two teams said their farewells. The next day, Luo Jai returned by himself to City T, while the rest boarded a plane back to City H Kingaming Festival. Chen Gu, of course, didn't forget this holiday. Yesterday, even if Ye Xiu hadn't backed out, she herself would have. Now it looked like Ye Xiu and Suma Cheng had the same intent as her. "Want to head over together in a bit?" Chen Gu asked Ye Xiu while they were on the plane. "All right," Ye Xiu nodded. After the plane landed in City H, Happy's members split into two groups. Ye Xiu, Suma Cheng, and Chen Gu went one way and the others gathered together. Where are they going? The three of them hadn't really said anything, so after they left, everyone else began discussing out of curiosity. Probably to sweep the tombs. Tang Ru had been at Happy the longest and had known Chen Gu's background for a while. Even though she hadn't heard Ye Xiu and Suma Cheng's story directly from them, she knew a little from what Chen Gu had said. The players also knew that Chen Gu's father had passed, but they didn't really know about Ye Xiu and Suma Cheng's situation, and so they asked. "It's Suma Cheng's older brother," Tang Ru told everyone and then looked at Wei Chen. She knew that the young man who had passed was also a glory expert in the past, and Wei Chen was an old player from those days, so maybe he knew this person. After hearing Tang Ru's introduction, Wei Chen did reveal a somewhat stunned expression. "So that's what it was. Old Wei, you know him?" Fang Rui asked. "Of course you brats wouldn't know," Wei Chen said, beginning to reflect on his memories. At that time, there was no heavenly domain, and Glory only had one server at the start, only later opening the second server. At the time, all of us spent our time in the first server. We were probably the first batch of Glory players. And at the time in our first server, the battle mage One Autumn Leaf was already extremely famous. But there was another guy often with him, very famous and no less skilled than One Autumn Leaf. No less skilled than Ye Xiu. This could be considered the highest praise in the Glory Circle. With Wei Chen's shamelessness, for him to give this sort of praise to anyone other than himself was extremely rare to see. "What was his name?" Fang Rui quickly asked. "Autumn Tree," said Wei Chen. Fang Rui shook his head to show that he'd never heard of that name before. That era was too far in the past, and this was just a character in the game. Very few such stories could be passed on for that long. "Of course, how would you little brats have heard of him?" Wei Chen said disdainfully. In his eyes, Fang Rui was just another little brat. "So this person was Suma Cheng's older brother," Wei Chen continued under his breath. "Autumn Tree, Qiu Mu Su Su Mu Qiu," Fang Rui realized after slowly voicing the characters aloud. "Yes." Tang Ru had heard this name from Chen Guo and nodded her head. "Oh, so it was his real name in reverse," Wei Chen realized. But at that time there was no Suma Cheng. No one would make that connection. By the time Suma Cheng entered the alliance and became famous, this name had probably long been forgotten. Yeah, even though Fang Rui hadn't experienced that era who would pass on the legend of a mere in-game expert. By the time Suma Cheng entered the alliance, it was already seasoned for 3 years was long enough to forget a name. "This Autumn Tree, what class was he?" Fang Rui asked. "He was a gunner god," Wei Chen said. A true gunner god. Chapter 1344, There are no ifs. Chapter 1344, There are no ifs. Translator, Namyami Editor, Namyami Gunner God. A sharpshooter. One Happy's members began to imagine a sharpshooter called Autumn Tree running through the game, but unexpectedly Wei Chen shook his head. "No, not sharpshooter, all of the gunner subclasses." "All of the gunner subclasses. Sharpshooter, Spitfire, Mechanic, Launcher," said Wei Chen. Another expert like that. Fang Rui exclaimed. Everyone understood this another. Wasn't there Ye Xiu, an even more ridiculous all-class expert, a king's avatar too? Actually, at that time there were many people like that, who didn't have main and side accounts, but very few could play every class to the limit like they did, said Wei Chen. Then what happened later? Fang Rui asked. Later, wasn't it like little Tang said he died? Wei Chen said. Car accident, I'm not too sure about the details, Tang Ru said. And then everyone looked at Wei Chen. I don't know too much either, but after the alliance was established and everyone was making teams to participate, he never appeared again. Probably someone asked Ye Xiu out of curiosity, and then the news spread that he had passed away. But the fact that he was Sima Cheng's older brother, no one knew that. Wei Chen, the shameless old man, actually let out a sigh when he reached the end, with a face full of regret and pity. How skilled was this person? Fang Rui asked. I'll say this. Whenever I fought against him, I didn't even have the chance to cast any curses, said Wei Chen, a profound respect in his voice. The members of Happy exchanged looks, but after a few moments Wei Chen didn't see the expressions of shock that he was hoping for. That's not that impressive, is it? Fang Rui finally said. You bastard! Wei Chen instantly knew what Fang Rui was implying. This was over 10 years ago. Back in those days, I was still a godlike youth. Damn, Fang Rui looked like he couldn't listen to any more. In any case, he was incredibly skilled, Wei Chen said. Compared to Ye Xiu, who was better? Tang Ru always tended to care about the question of who was stronger. They always fought side by side. We were all curious as to who was stronger between the two of them, but sadly there was never an answer. Not back then and definitely not now. There never will be. Wei Chen's expression was once again filled with melancholy. Everyone fell silent. For Fang Rui, Kaio Yifan, and the others, this was the first time they'd heard of this person, and so they couldn't truly empathize so quickly. But seeing the extremely shameless Wei Chen suddenly show such emotion, they could feel how tragic this was, the story of a young genius meeting a premature end. If he had joined excellent era with Ye Xiu, even just thinking about this scenario, Wei Chen couldn't help but shiver. If he were still here, what would things be like? Tang Ru was also thinking about this. If only, who wouldn't think about these sort of ifs? But such was the nature of if, to refer to the impossible. What kind of flowers are these now? In front of Su Muqiu's grave, Ye Xiu watched as Sima Cheng placed down a bouquet. Hyacinths 3, is there anyone else like you changing the type of flower every year? Ye Xiu asked. There needs to be innovation, said Sima Cheng. Innovation, Ye Xiu laughed. So you use every type of flower to express this meaning in the flower language. He would like this kind of method, Sima Cheng said. Yes. Ye Xiu nodded. The person who had imagined the myriad manifestations umbrella and brought it into reality, was there anyone in glory more innovative than him? And the things left behind from his innovation were still sparkling on the glory battlefield. 28 consecutive victories. Ye Xiu's hand reached into his pocket where Lord Grimm's account card was quietly lying. This record would be firmly bound to this character. And it hadn't finished yet, it was still being updated. I'll let this record last forever. But from the very start, I left out one match to leave you a chance to surpass me. Ye Xiu stretched out his hands to touch the gravestone. These were the hands currently controlling Lord Grimm to write miracles in glory. If it wasn't me here right now and it was my brother, what would things be like now? Sima Cheng suddenly asked this question. Oh, Ye Xiu gave it serious thought, but he couldn't think of an answer. Would it just always be championship, 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 championship like that? Sima Cheng asked. Maybe so, Ye Xiu said. And Dancing Rain would definitely be more famous than now. Not necessarily, said Ye Xiu. Some guy with a female account is much worse than a beautiful female player. Ha ha, Sima Cheng laughed and touched the gravestone with her hands as well. Well, those things aren't really important, Sima Cheng said. If only he could be here, that would be best. Ye Xiu didn't say anything because There were no ifs. This time, Chen Guo spent a longer time in front of her father's gravestone because there were just too many things that had happened in this past year. She said many things, but she still couldn't finish it all. Their team winning the Challenger League. The difficulties they'd faced at the start of the season. Their team's crazy win streak. So many 10-0s, every team member's improvements. The expanding guild. The developing account characters. And now, advancing toward the playoffs, the rhythm of sprinting toward the championship. There was really too much. Chen Guo actually grew tired from all the talking, and all that was just an overview. There were still many details, many other things she wanted to add. Chen Guo was in a bit of a daze, not really knowing whether she should continue. Because of the fullness of this year, her tomb-sweeping method now became a bit unsuitable. There were too many things, she couldn't finish them all. "Boss, want to drink some water?" Right then, Chen Guo heard someone speak. When she turned her head, she saw Ye Xiu and Su Macheng smiling as they stood by her side. Tomb sweeping was a rather sad event. But Ye Xiu and Su Macheng both knew that this year to Chen Guo was very happy, and for this year's tomb sweeping she wanted to bring this happiness here. Oh, thank you." Chen Guo took the bottle of water and gulped down some mouthfuls. "You two are done?" she asked. "Yeah," the two of them nodded. "All right then, let's go." "You're done talking, it didn't seem like it," Ye Xiu said. It looked like they'd been listening to the side for a while. "That's enough for today, I can come back and continue later." "No one said that I can only come here on Kingaming." Chen Guo waved her hand and took the lead in heading down the mountain. When they returned to Happy Internet Cafe, everyone was gathered in the training room. They'd all been huddled together and whispering to each other, but when the three entered, they all instantly returned to their seats. They all sat upright and attentive. "When to sweep tombs?" Wei Chen asked with a cough. "Yeah." "Autumn tree?" Wei Chen asked. "Right," Ye Xiu nodded. It was no surprise that the experienced Wei Chen knew this name. "It's a real pity," Wei Chen said. "No one said it wasn't." Ye Xiu smiled and took his seat as well. The room was quiet. No one dared to say anything else. For this sort of topic, it didn't feel right to ask the person in question to find out more. Everyone only knew that there was once a monstrously skilled glory expert, but he left before he had the chance to strive for any glory. Compared to that, everyone here, whether strong or weak, whether new rookies or old veterans, they were still working hard to strive for everything. There was no greater fortune than that. Click, 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 click. The room was filled with nothing but the sounds of the computer mice and keyboards. Everyone was working hard for their own goals, but at the same time, everyone thought of the other burdens that they were carrying upon themselves. Wei Chen thought of his teammates from back when he was on Blue Rain. They had already left the Glory Alliance, left this battlefield. Some people he might still be able to meet in life, but others had already disappeared without a trace to unknown places. The championship was what they had pursued back then, but in the end they had all departed with regret. And now, Wei Chen again returned to this stage with his old skills completely insufficient in coping with the intensity of today's matches. But even though this was the case, he could still carry his burdens, couldn't he? If he really could win the championship, then when his old brothers heard and saw it, wouldn't they feel that he had fulfilled for them their strings of conviction? This kind of feeling wasn't bad at all. "Hey!" After thinking to hear, Wei Chen suddenly gave a rough shout. "Hey who?" Ye Xiu asked. "You, what's up?" "Next match I want to play," Wei Chen said. "Oh, ready to blaze a fire," Ye Xiu laughed. "Did you really think that I only came to watch?" Wei Chen said. "Not many rounds left, is it enough?" Ye Xiu asked. "It's enough," Wei Chen grinned arrogantly. "I understand matches much better than these noobs here." HMPH, the training room was instantly filled with boos. "I say, in terms of real pro league experience, aren't you worse than me?" Fang Rui spoke up. He was a Season 5 player and had now played for over 5.5 years. And Wei Chen, his professional career had been only 2 seasons, 2 years. Plus, there had been fewer pro teams at the time and skill levels were all over the place. The competition format was entirely different from what it was today. Pro League, Wei Chen sneered. Why do I call you noobs? This battlefield is called glory. The Pro League is no more than a part of it. So you're saying you're about to go to Heavenly Domain and get some materials for us, Fang Rui said. You look like you need to be taught a lesson. 1v1, let's go, Wei Chen shouted. Who's scared of you? Make the room, Fang Rui yelled. And thus the two went to compete in shamelessness and dirty playing. To the side, everyone else was listening and laughing, but they were all sprinting forward with more active, more positive, more hardworking attitudes. The past could only be turned into ifs and remembered in the heart. Only the present could truly be grasped, and only by grasping the present could they take control of the future. 9 rounds remaining. Everyone looked at the leaderboard in the training room. There were still 9 full rounds remaining. Play these 9 rounds well, then they would enter the playoffs and step upon an even more brutal journey. Everything had to be grasped tightly, starting from now. Chapter 1345. That was only the past. Chapter 1345. That was only the past. Translator. Namyami editor. Namyami in round 30 of the league matches. Happy played a home game, welcoming the currently last-place team Seaside. Seaside was in low spirits as they were essentially already relegated. The players were all worried about their future prospects, and very few fans had come along with the team. As usual, Ye Xiu was the first in the individual round, earning a clean victory. And then Luo Jai came up, finally winning the first victory of his professional career. The audience was a sea of cheers, congratulating Luo Jai. And then Wei Chen. The stadium burst into excitement again. This especially down-to-earth old player had been absent for a while. No one even remembered the last time he had come on stage, but now he was pulled onto the stage once again. Wei Chen boldly and grandly waved toward the audience, and the audience gave him an enthusiastic answer, but the end result wasn't what people expected. Wei Chen, Happy's representative in the third individual battle, lost. Seaside already had no prospects, but some of the individual players were still considering their own futures and putting their full effort into performance to try and attract more attention. Wei Chen met one such player, resulting in a long battle that ended with a slight mistake he made causing his loss. Real battle was still a whole different matter from daily practice. Regularly, training and sparring with teammates couldn't replace the rhythm of one professional match a week. Old Wei, can you even keep up anymore? When Wei Chen came off stage, Xiaoshan Stadium came alive with many hollers from the audience. It wasn't mockery, it was just the light-hearted joking from the fans that knew him well. Even though these words hit a sore spot, the shameless Wei Chen could always stand up to these kind of jokes. The hell do you guys know? This is tactics, Wei Chen yelled. But his voice had no way of competing with the noise of so many audience members talking at once, and it couldn't carry. Wei Chen could only hear everyone continuing to mock him as he helplessly walked back to the player area. Can't keep up, huh, old Wei? Fang Rui was following along with the audience. The hell do you know? This is called tactics. Finally, Wei Chen could make his retort heard. What tactics? Please do enlighten us, Fang Rui said. Stop messing around, Ye Xiu interjected. Old Wei is very upset after losing that match. Don't provoke him or else he might cry. Pa, Wei Chen spat in contempt. How are you? Ye Xiu sat next to him, his tone becoming more serious. Even you're still doing fine, would I be any worse? Wei Chen gave him a sideways glance. I have 29 consecutive victories, Ye Xiu said. Soon I'll be kicking ass, just you watch, Wei Chen said. Of course we found you just for that purpose, said Ye Xiu. Well, I have to say you found the right person. Good luck. I'll get into condition quickly. The joking tone had finally vanished with those last 2 sentences. Now it's our turn. Ever since becoming the anchor of the group arena, he often had this grand air of a general. The group arena roster of him, Tang Ru, and Suma Cheng wasn't something that Seaside could defend against. Just two of the happy players were enough to defeat and destroy Seaside. Seaside didn't even have the chance to see in individual battle that character which had once been their core, Boundless Sea. In the intermission, Happy actively prepared for the team competition. Seaside's players, however, just sat scattered around the player area, each lost in their own thoughts. There was no communication at all. This was a team that had already completely splintered apart. Just last season, they hadn't been doing so poorly, but this season had been a non-stop plummet. After Zhao Yang retired, the team said they sold Boundless Sea so they could set down a burden and travel light. But now, there was a big discrepancy between expectation and reality. What they set down wasn't just the burden of economic investment and resources. At the same time, they had set down what had always been this team's soul and conviction. To Team Seaside, Boundless Sea was more than just a contribution to their strength. He was the support on which the team's spirit rested. Zhao Yang's retirement was already a huge blow to the team. By selling the character Boundless Sea immediately after, this two-hit combo completely destroyed this team's courage and belief to continue fighting. Tear down and rebuild. But Seaside had torn down too much until there was nothing left of their team. This team, perhaps, had collapsed the moment that Boundless Sea was sold off. And at the same time, the most attention-grabbing match of this round, the match chosen for television broadcast, had also entered the most exciting part of the group arena. Blue Rain versus 100 Blossoms. Huang Xiaoshan versus Yu Feng. Former teammates, now the core players of their respective teams. And now, it was finally time for them to stand opposite each other with their swords drawn, fighting to the death in this battle to decide the group arena. Troubling Rain still had 96% health remaining, while Blossoming Chaos was at 100%. With such a slight difference, the two characters were essentially beginning this match at the same starting line. Let the match begin. When commentator Pan Lin made this announcement, the two characters had already finished loading onto the map. But shockingly, the chat wasn't instantly flooded with a huge amount of text. The instant the battle began, the television broadcast had already switched the close-up display to the chat, but there wasn't a flood of messages. "What's going on?" Pan Lin exclaimed. "This is a match with Huang Xiaoshan, and it's only the opening. They're not fighting each other yet. How come there are no messages in the chat? It's already been 7 seconds and there isn't a single message. What is this? Did something happen? Is there a problem in the player booth? Did Huang Xiaoshan faint? Can someone go and check?" "I think." To the side, Li Yibo finally opened his mouth. "Even though Huang Xiaoshan hasn't sent a message yet, you sounded a lot like him just now." Fortunately, Pan Lin didn't need to worry, as just at that moment, Huang Xiaoshan's message finally appeared on screen. "We meet on stage again. But after so long, we're probably used to this feeling by now. Come on, let's have a fierce battle. Let's see if your greatsword is fiercer or my lightsaber is faster." At the same time the messages appeared, Troubling Rain was already swift running out, his weapon Ice Rain at his side glowing with faint blue light, leaving blurred afterimages like the marks left by raindrops freezing as they dripped down. Just one message. For Huang Xiaoshan, this was truly unprecedented. Such an atypical performance seemed to indicate that he still wasn't quite used to treating this former teammate as an opponent. Even if Yu Feng had already left Blue Rain over a year and a half ago. "I'm sorry that I can't continue to walk alongside everyone." Every time he met Yu Feng again, Huang Xiaoshan flashed back to what this guy had said just before he left Team Blue Rain when he was bidding farewell to them all. "I want to see what I can accomplish with this greatsword in my own hands," Yu Feng said. What he could accomplish. These 2 seasons, everyone had seen his accomplishments. Under Yu Feng's lead, Team 100 Blossoms rebuilt its former trademark duo, the Berserker and the Spitfire. The #1 Berserker, after leaving Blue Rain and joining 100 Blossoms, was still the #1 Berserker, but his simplest, most sentimental season would always belong to Blue Rain. That was Blue Rain's most beautiful summer. In Season 6, Blue Rain defeated Tiny Herb in the finals, winning that year's championship. At that time, Yu Feng was a mere rookie in the team. He wasn't like Lu Hanwen, who had taken up the responsibility of main attacker in his very first year. In that year, Yu Feng's position still wavered between main roster and substitute as a rotating player, but he played a role in Blue Rain's championship victory. Everyone saw his talent and anticipated his growth. As expected, he quickly became a solid, indispensable member of Blue Rain, always the one who stood at the very front of the team to meet the enemies that came at them. But unfortunately, this situation only lasted for 2 seasons. In Season 9, Yu Feng voluntarily transferred, wishing to leave Blue Rain, and his reason was exactly as described above. He wished to forge an era that was his own. But if that's the case, then what was Blue Rain to you? Only Huang Xiaoshan would ask such a sharp question without hesitation. Thank you everyone for your care all this time. But this was Yu Feng's only reply, and he left just like that. And Huang Xiaoshan, who had wanted to go up and demand answers, was ultimately pulled to a stop by Yu Wenzhou, a position truly as the core, a team that truly belonged to him. Perhaps some people wouldn't care about these sort of things, but others would care about them greatly. And Blue Rain could not give these things to Yu Feng. Even if they had once had that perfect summer, even if Yu Feng had always led Blue Rain forward like the front of a train, these were not what he most wanted. He wanted to use the greatsword in his hand to forge an era that belonged to him. Even when Huang Xiaoshan hurled that "what was Blue Rain to you" question at him, he felt no guilt or remorse. What was Blue Rain to him? Every time he faced Team Blue Rain in battle, every time he met Blue Rain's players, he would always think of this question. At the time, he hadn't known, and so he hadn't given a reply. But now he had found his answer. The past. To him, Blue Rain was the past. That place had brought him laughter and tears and sweat and emotion. But all of that was in the past. Now his body bore the emblem of 100 blossoms. He was this team's captain. He had already waved farewell to the past. Now he was using his sword to strive for what he wanted to obtain. And no one could block him, not even Huang Xiaoshan, this person who talks so much and yet could never be hated. Even if the one blocking his way was the Sword Saint, he would knock him down for good. Blossoming chaos charged forward. Without pause, without retreat, the two characters flew toward each other at the center of the map, and without hesitation the sword-light clashed. Ah! Blossoming chaos seemed to roar. In terms of power, the Berserker of course had the advantage over the Blade Master, especially since he had activated the Berserk status from the start. Blossoming chaos, 2 eyes had gone red, and blood energy roiled around him. The silver weapon he held, Blossom's Burial, with all the strength to bury everything in its path, swung toward Troubling Rain. Chapter 1346. The Instant Spotlight Steel. Chapter 1346. The Instant Spotlight Steel. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami, right now Yu Feng has the advantage. Commentator Pan Lin described the current situation in shock. When the two characters met, Troubling Rain was actually instantly suppressed by Blossoming Chaos. Under the ferocious attack of the Berserker, Troubling Rain was clearly in a bad position. The broadcasters couldn't help but cut to a close-up of the chat every so often. This was a habit born from broadcasting many of Huang Xiaoshan's matches. But now there was nothing. The chat was clean and empty. Huang Xiaoshan has said unusually little during this match, Li Yibo observed. Looks like Yu Feng is giving him a lot of pressure. Maybe he doesn't have any time left to type words, said Pan Lin. The pace of the players' attacks and defenses was so fast that Pan Lin had no time to discuss any details of the battle. He could only insert some side comments like this. After spending over a year in 100 blossoms, Yu Feng has indeed improved significantly, said Li Yibo. Maybe it's the responsibility of captaincy that gave him more courage, gave him more of a role to play, Pan Lin said, before glancing at the two sides' health bars once again. The battle is extremely fast-paced. Troubling Rain's health has already dropped to 71%, while Blossoming Chaos still has 79%. Just looking at the health, we see that even though Huang Xiaoshan doesn't have the initiative, he still managed to take away a large portion of his opponent's health. Plus, at the start of this match, Troubling Rain was already at 96%, meaning that up to now, he's lost 25%, while Blossoming Chaos has lost 21%. That's only a 4% difference. On that point, we have to remember that Blossoming Chaos is a berserker. During these exchanges, Yu Feng will likely be bolder, Li Yibo said. Whoa, just in the time it took us to say that their health has dropped again. Troubling Rain 67%, Blossoming Chaos 70%. Blossoming Chaos ate a big attack here. If we consider the two characters' starting health, doesn't this mean that Troubling Rain is now in the lead? Pan Lin was surprised because looking at the current offensive, Yu Feng clearly had the upper hand. Huang Xiaoshan's defensive ability has always been exceptional, and his ability to attack while defending is also strong. This has to do with the role he often plays within the team, Li Yibo said. That's true, Pan Lin agreed. The two didn't describe this point further, because all sorts of reporters, critics, and commentators had already talked about this many times. Huang Xiaoshan's defensive ability was high because Team Blue Rain had several characters that needed to be defended. Aside from the healer, Yu Wenzhou's Suixar also needed his support frequently. But the protection of Suixar was different from the typical protection of a healer. After all, Yu Wenzhou wasn't someone who could be casually killed off. Even though his hands were slow, he relied on experience and rhythm to fight in his own way. So Huang Xiaoshan's protection of Yu Wenzhou more often contained a counterattack. This strategy of Blue Rain's was very mature by this point. From Suixar, launch a defensive counterattack. So Blue Rain's players were all skilled in this area, with Huang Xiaoshan as the leader. Right now he was being suppressed by Yu Feng, but while defending, he managed to gain the upper hand in health. It had to be said that Huang Xiaoshan's defensive counterattacking was extraordinarily effective. Having been teammates for 3 years, Yu Feng wouldn't overlook this special trait of Huang Xiaoshan's, but at this moment it seemed like he didn't care, as he tenaciously continued to attack. Is Yu Feng playing too carelessly? Pan Lin said at this moment. Even though he has the initiative, if this keeps up, the initiative won't help him win. Just as he said these words, Yu Feng finally fell behind in terms of raw health. Troubling Rain was now at 61%, while his Blossoming Chaos had been brought down to 58%. He still won't stop to consider strategy, said Pan Lin. Indeed, it looked like Yu Feng had no plan of stopping. The battle rhythm was just as fast as before, and in the midst of flying blood droplets, the health bars continued to drop. 60%, 57%, 58%, 54%, 54%, 51%, 50%, 40%. After a flurry of blows, Blossoming Chaos's health suddenly plummeted drastically, from 51% all the way down to 40%. Pan Lin was already losing his voice as he cried out. Blue Rain's home stadium erupted in cheers to welcome victory. No, now Yu Feng's offensive truly begins, Li Yibo shouted. After seeing this sharp drop, he realized something. Blood awakening. Activating once a berserker's health was below 50%, this granted a massive increase in strength. The lower the health, the greater the increase. And Yu Feng's health had dropped all the way to 40% in one step. The strength increase granted by this 10% would boost Blossoming Chaos, attack power, and priority. And this sudden boost in attack priority would instantly put greater pressure on Huang Xiaoshan's defense. If he couldn't keep up with this increased rhythm, it was very possible that he would be crushed. It looked like Yu Feng wanted to use this moment to attack explosively, directly defeating Huang Xiaoshan's troubling reign in one go. Now that his own health was at 40%, Blossoming Chaos used his awakening skill, Bloodthirsty Craze. Boost. Aside from the boost to strength, Bloodthirsty Craze also boosted Blossoming Chaos, movement, and attack speeds. It relied on the same logic: sacrifice one's own health to drastically increase attack power. In just this short instant, Blossoming Chaos completed a massive explosion of stats. This explosion wasn't a coincidence, of course. Yu Feng had planned for this long ago. He had a very clear plan here. Relying on this explosiveness, he would deal the final blow to Huang Xiaoshan. It's here. The silver weapon Blossom's burial once again whipped up a hurricane of blood. All of these boosts had come so suddenly. Even Huang Xiaoshan probably didn't expect Blossoming Chaos to swiftly enter a 40% health blood awakening and activate Bloodthirsty Craze. This was all completed in an instant. Blossoming Chaos attacks now were on a whole different level from before. Could Huang Xiaoshan withstand this sudden increase of power? No, clearly not. When Troubling Rain lifted his weapon Ice Rain to defend, it was instantly forced back by the Greatsword Blossom's burial. Blossoming Chaos attack priority right now wasn't something that Troubling Rain could casually block with his blade. Hit. It looked like even Ice Rain was thrust into Troubling Rain's flesh. The blood sprayed up like a screen to cover the two people. Only their health bars could be seen, reflecting the current situation as they jumped downward. Troubling Rain, 45%. Blossoming Chaos, 39%. 43%, 38%, 40%, 37%, 35%, 36% in an instant. In just this instant, Blossoming Chaos completed his counterattack. His health was now higher than Troubling Rain's. There wasn't even an exchange, there was only Yu Feng's crazy offensive. Blossoming Chaos health depletion was only an automatic side effect of Bloodthirsty Craze. I can win. I will win. Yu Feng saw the opportunity that he'd constructed from the very beginning, finally in his hand. He loved this feeling, truly loved this feeling, the feeling of having everything firmly in his grasp. It felt so enriching and so very real. 32%, 35%, 29%, 34%, 25%, 33%, 20%, 32%. Controlled well, his attacks were controlled excellently. The gap between their health was only widening. Even more importantly, as Blossoming Chaos health depleted, his strength was still increasing, and his offensive grew more and more violent. The Bloodthirsty Craze status was about to wear off, and a large portion of his battle ability was about to vanish. Afterward, he would need to rely on Berserk to make up for it. But Huang Xiaoshan had probably already grown accustomed to this current rhythm. The replacement boost from Berserk probably wouldn't be enough to suppress him. Still, he didn't need to worry too much. It wasn't a big deal if he sacrificed some health. Consider it a one-time interest payment on Bloodthirsty Craze. The final offensive was about to begin here. Berserk. Yu Feng didn't wait for Bloodthirsty Craze to wear off before using a new skill. Just before Bloodthirsty Craze was about to end, he activated Berserk. His offensive continued, but as Yu Feng expected, the 25% decrease that Berserk represented couldn't help Yu Feng suppress Huang Xiaoshan completely. He needed an exchange. He just needed to complete one exchange. His 12% health lead allowed Yu Feng to feel calm. This battle would end after this final wave of attacks. Whirlwind Strike. Blossoming Chaos attacks continued. He used a Whirlwind Strike to send his sword spinning toward Troubling Rain, but Falling Blossom form, Troubling Rain suddenly darted out with his sword. So fast, so accurate. The attack was clearly initiated just slower than Whirlwind Strike, but it landed upon blossoming chaos first. Blossoming chaos was sent falling down out of his control, and Yu Feng was stunned. What happened? How was his offensive broken here? Troubling Rain's attack came so quickly that he truly had no way of responding. This one attack came as though it had been waiting for a long time, as though it had been ready for a long time. One touch completely shattered blossoming chaos offensive. Dropping health like that in front of me, you really are too bold. Have you already forgotten what my style is? Huang Xiaoshan finally graced the chat with some of his words. He mentioned his style. This style. He probably wasn't referring to how he was finally talking now. He was evidently referring to something else. Huang Xiaoshan's style, aside from his talkative nature, opportunist, the greatest opportunist in glory. One opening was enough to create a reversal. One opening was enough to kill. It wasn't that Yu Feng didn't know this, nor would he forget this. He simply believed that he wouldn't give Huang Xiaoshan any openings, any opportunities. But now, swordlight. Ice Rain's swordlight, like strings of frozen raindrops, landed over and over upon blossoming chaos body. 20%, 28%, 20%, 25%, 20%, 22%, 20%, 15%, 20%, 11%, 20%, 0. Just like that blossoming chaos, 32% was wiped away in one go. Troubling Rain took no damage. As expected of this guy, Yu Feng watched helpless as blossoming chaos fell. This guy always had a sudden explosion at a critical point, instantly stealing your spotlight. On the battlefield, no matter how hard he worked, no matter how well he played, it could never compete with the elegance of that guy's instantaneous strike. He thought he had grasped victory in his hands, but it still slipped through his fingers in the end. That feeling of fullness turned empty in the blink of an eye. This is why I had to leave Blue Rain. At Blue Rain, your sudden appearances always crushed the presence I worked so hard to build up. It was truly too cruel. Chapter 1347, Sprint. Chapter 1347. Sprint Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami in the group arena. Troubling Rain defeated Blossoming Chaos, giving the victory to Blue Rain. In addition to the 2 points they had earned in the individual competition, Blue Rain entered the team competition with a 4-1 lead. In the end, Blue Rain used their home advantage to crush their opponents in the team competition, winning an impressive victory of 9-1 against 100 Blossoms. In the same round, Happy also managed a 9-1 victory against Seaside. Conquering Clouds was crushed by 301 degrees in their away home, not getting a single point and losing 0-10. As for Wind Howl, 301 degrees most direct competitor, they had managed to win against Misty Rain 8-2 on their home turf, but their 2-point lead was eliminated by 301 degrees. They only managed to remain 8th thanks to their victorious battle against 301 degrees. There were 2 matches that roused public interest this round: Tiny Herb's home game against Void, and Tyranny's home game against Thunderclap. In the end, the 2 home teams ended the match 8-2. Thunderclap's team once again lost, this time to Tyranny's team. Something that was rather unexpected, however, was that Han Wenqing, Zhang Jiao, Lin Jingyan, and Zhang Xinji, after a long time of not fighting together, all appeared in the starting lineup this time. Was it a coincidence of their rotation? No one would think that way. Team Tyranny had implemented this rotation for Han Wenqing, Zhang Jiao, and Lin Jingyan to switch off. With all 3 of them present, Tyranny seemed to perform perfectly well, so what was the point of the rotation? Tyranny's begun the sprint for the playoffs. With Team Happy, Ye Xiu merely glanced at the lineup before making a conclusive judgment. In the past, Chen Guo would probably ask why, but she didn't need Ye Xiu to explain something like this anymore, because she could read between the lines. In reality, Happy also had such plans for Wei Chen, and Wei Chen's situation was far worse than Tyranny's veterans. Veterans like them didn't have enough energy for the entire season, especially not with the fact that there was an even more anticipated, even more intensive, even more frequent playoffs after the regular season. Last season, Tyranny was ever so impressive, but lost at the finals. Perhaps they had felt their efforts taking a toll on them ages ago, holding on only through their faith. Another match, just another match perhaps, that was what they were chanting in their heads. Getting to the finals, fighting 3 rounds against Samsara, they were holding on stubbornly through sheer willpower. However, no matter how strong they were, their energy would eventually be depleted. Under this exhaustion, they had met their strongest rivals in the alliance and Tyranny had fallen, and many people could only think of what a shame that was. Thus, in the new season, they had discarded their headstrong ways, not opening the season very well. Everyone felt that it was such a shame. They sighed. The spirit of these veterans were admirable, but what was the use in this stubborn persistence? The voices cheering for Tyranny for the championship slowly died out, but Tyranny didn't care, continuing forth like that. Their scores soon stabilized. Though they weren't as impressive as last season, there was no pressure for them to get into the playoffs. Nonetheless, some people still felt it was a shame. They longed for the time where the 4 kings lead Tyranny to victory together, sweeping through the alliance with high spirits. Yes, high-spirited, but they ended up losing the finals. But this time, Tyranny wouldn't act according to these personal feelings anymore. They fought steadily, stably. The veterans, including Han Wenking, who hadn't backed down in 10 years, all began playing in rotation. He was the team captain, after all, the soul of Tyranny. Currently, there wasn't a single team that had such a figure in such a consistent rotation. It was rare that these people would even sit out for a single match. Yet now, this was something that had happened to Han Wenking. The Han Wenking that always pressed forth and never backed down. Everything was for the championship. Team Tyranny's members, after their loss last season, had clearly realized that they could no longer fight freely and without restraint like the younger generation. They had to preserve their strength. They needed enough energy to face the playoffs, to face the finals. Thus, they stayed in rotation this season, marching forth and keeping a low profile. The 3 veterans had each played 2/3 of what they had played last season. They maintained their condition throughout the intense pro-level matches and didn't deplete so much of their energy. And now, it was round 30 of the regular season. After this round, there would be 8 more rounds in the regular season before the even more intense playoffs begun. Team Tyranny's low profile would end here. In the match against Thunderclap, they revealed their fangs and claws. The 3 veterans and Zhang Xinji appeared in the starting lineup together, wiping out Thunderclap, who were using their team competitions to make miracles this season. They were announcing their return, announcing that they were prepared for the playoffs. They were going to use the following 8 matches to once again get completely used to their team, to find the state they needed, because this was their true pillar. This was weapon they wielded in this fight for the championship. That was something they never doubted since they had formed this team last season. This team had people had thought senile. It's time to start. That was the simple and straightforward reply Han Wenking gave in response to the reporters' questions on their lineup. It was starting. All the teams were preparing. Those who hadn't secured their position would begin their final slaughter to the top. Those who had already reached the door to the playoffs were all adjusting their teams to get into the rhythm of the playoffs. Tyranny had the 3 veterans fight together, and Happy also had Luo Jai and Wei Chen find their optimal state through the following matches. As for the teams that didn't have much hope, they were beginning to change their tactics, too, willing to try out new things. Each team, depending on their own situations, would be adjusting to a different pace in these last 8 rounds. Oftentimes, strange and unexpected situations would result from the clashes of these differing rhythms. Some would be at a disadvantage, others would be able to take advantage. Happy was, unfortunately, one of those disadvantaged. In round 31, they played their away game against Misty Rain, and Happy somehow lost with a shocking 1-9. Apart from the victory Ye Xiu gained in the first individual round, they lost spectacularly until the end. If it was last season's Misty Rain, this score wouldn't be too shocking, no matter what team they had managed it against. However, Misty Rain's condition clearly wasn't very good this season, and their strategic structure had completely collapsed. But in this round, Misty Rain had fought unrestrained and won a landslide victory against Happy. "Don't underestimate us," Chu Yunxiu grinned, saying to Ye Xiu as they shook hands after the match. "We didn't underestimate you, we just really weren't expecting it," Ye Xiu said helplessly. The individual rounds were acceptable. Happy had been prepared to lose points when they sent up Luo Jai and Wei Chen. The thing was that in their team competition this time, Misty Rain completely ignored the criticism from both outside and inside the circle. This time, they were even crazier. Chu Yunxiu took Shu Kexing and Shu Qi, and the three ranged fighters fought elegantly and without a care for a world. Li Hua's ninja didn't bother acting as a close-ranged guerrilla tank anymore, instead running around and launching sneak attacks. Misty Rain had gone completely off the rails, leaving Happy floundering to react and swept a victory for themselves. "How was it, our strategy?" Chu Yunxiu was enthusiastically asking for Ye Xiu's opinion. "Be happy about catching us off guard elsewhere. Stop shoving it in my face, would you?" Ye Xiu said. Hey, Chu Yunxiu didn't mind this at all. It was clear she understood that their performance had simply caught Happy off guard. If Happy had prepared and dealt with this more carefully, Misty Rain's strategy wouldn't be all that reliable. "Good luck." After Ye Xiu walked past Chu Yunxiu, Sima Cheng came over and grasped Chu Yunxiu's hand, giving her words of encouragement, as if they had been the one to win and not Misty Rain. Chu Yunxiu naturally understood what Sima Cheng was talking about. Her encouragement wasn't about this match, but Misty Rain's overall situation. Faced with her good friend, Chu Yunxiu didn't bother with the triumphant demeanor she had worn in front of Ye Xiu, shaking her head and giving a strained smile. "Let's hang out after this," Chu Yunxiu suggested. "All right." Sima Cheng didn't reject the offer. The two didn't dawdle any longer. After the players of each team finished giving each other their post-match regards, they each returned to their prep rooms to prepare for the post-match press conference. Misty Rain were the victors, so their press conference was after Happy's. The sudden victory was exciting for the reports, and they enthusiastically tossed questions about the playstyle Misty Rain had used this round as well as what they thought about the playoffs. Chu Yunxiu answered the questions one by one. Their strategy was something the team had been figuring out and researching. With the victory today, it seemed pretty good, so the team would continue to look into it and hone themselves. As for the playoffs, no one would know until the last moment, and Misty Rain wasn't planning on giving up. Watching the satisfied reporters, Chu Yunxiu could only sigh to herself. Was there really any hope for Misty Rain this season? After the press conference, Misty Rain's players bid each other goodbye. Chu Yunxiu was the last to leave the prep room, and she flipped open her phone to a text from Sima Cheng. "Waiting at exit E, coming." Chu Yunxiu replied before heading for exit E. The moment she stepped out from exit E, Chu Yunxiu saw the somewhat blurred but elegant figure of her friend in the night lightning. Next to her was another, a fitful spot of red light fading and burning. The elegant figure waved at her, and Chu Yunxiu quickly walked over. "How come you're here too?" Chu Yunxiu didn't greet Sima Cheng, instead choosing to side-eye the smoking Ye Xiu. "I felt like the great god." Chu seemed after uncertain and was wondering if she needed some advice from a helpful senior. Ye Xiu replied. "Give me a cig," Chu Yunxiu demanded. Ye Xiu didn't hesitate to take out a cigarette and hand it over, and even offered a flame. Chu Yunxiu accepted the cigarette and lit it smoothly. "Let's go to the coffee shop over there," Chu Yunxiu suggested after taking a puff from the cigarette. Chapter 1348 Misty Rain, Helpless. Chapter 1348 Misty Rain, Helpless. Translator, Namyami. Editor. Namyami, the coffee shop, was fairly remote. It hadn't been too long since the match ended, and the more eye-catching places along the road were popular hangouts for gamers who had just finished watching the match. If the three of them had gone to one of these places, there would definitely be onlookers. Fortunately, this was Misty Rain's home stadium, and Chu Yunxiu was extremely familiar with the area. She led the two to this very quiet location. They took their seats, each ordering a cup of coffee. The cigarettes were already finished during their walk over here. Ye Xiu stared blankly at the prominent no-smoking signs hanging in the coffee shop. Finally, Chu Yunxiu opened her mouth. Happy really is doing well. What about Misty Rain? Ye Xiu didn't dance around, going straight to the topic. He could tell that Chu Yunxiu was really feeling quite depressed. There must be some problems with the team for her to ask to meet them after the match. What do you think? Chu Yunxiu asked Ye Xiu. Misty Rain's problem right now was one of strategy. Everyone knew this. In general, things like strategy should be kept secret from competitors. But unlike the stats of silver equipment, strategies were publicly demonstrated in battle. So strategies themselves weren't considered some secret weapons. The key was their execution. 301 adapted to their new strategy of the night, covering the assassin like a fish to water, but if you tried to get a different team to emulate it, it probably wouldn't be as effective. Different players and characters required different strategies. There needed to be adaptability. So, there wasn't anything taboo about talking strategy. Anything you can do, everyone else can too. It just came down to whether or not it'd be useful or effective. Still, mutually asking for tips and advice was rarely seen. Who had time to help the competitor improve? But now that Chu Yunxiu said this, Ye Xiu didn't seem like he cared about all that, and he directly said what he had to say. It's clear that the current strategy isn't suitable. Let's make an analogy. In basketball, there's a strategy of having one tall player with 4 perimeter players, but there's no strategy with a short player running around with 4 perimeter players. Misty Rain right now is the latter. You could play with this strategy occasionally to trip people up, but it's not suitable as a main strategy. Who said that wasn't the case? Chu Yunxiu said. If you know the problem, then why don't you adjust? Asked Ye Xiu. How do you think we should adjust? Said Chu Yunxiu. Sun Liang should play in the starting lineup for the team competition, said Ye Xiu. Sun Liang was a member of Misty Rain, a striker. He used to be a main player for the team, but after Misty Rain changed its strategy this season, he became a rotating player. Oh, then who should be switched out? Chu Yunxiu asked. Ye Xiu hesitated. For such a simple question, Chu Yunxiu didn't need to ask him step by step. Who should be switched out? When Chu Yunxiu said this, the frustration and bitterness on her face was plain to see. Clearly, there was more to this question. After Ye Xiu thought for a moment, he realized where the problem must lie. When it comes down to it, that pair of sisters will just have to be separated, said Ye Xiu. That's the problem. They can't be separated, Chu Yunxiu said. Oh, Ye Xiu understood and fell silent. He had already guessed the general situation. The Shou siblings couldn't be separated. How could something like that be so absolute? Their partnership wasn't guaranteeing the team's success. On the contrary, it was because the two of them were on the field at the same time that the team couldn't adjust their class composition. They couldn't be separated, not for strategic reasons, but for other reasons. And the only thing that could supersede strategic demands were the decisions of the club itself. This wasn't a problem of strategy. This was a problem of the operations of Club Misty Rain. The club required that both of the Shou siblings be on the battlefield. Just from how Misty Rain had specially requested the alliance to change the genders of these sisters' characters, the hope and importance placed on these two was clear. And for pro players, value was ultimately demonstrated on the battlefield. So it wasn't strange that the club directly required that these two had to appear together on the field. and this was something that players could hate but could do nothing about. Business operations overrode strategy. The outside directed the inside. Chu Yunxiu hadn't asked to meet Suma Cheng to try and find some solution. She was simply feeling depressed and wanted to chat and share with a good friend. Now that the situation had been made clear, the three sank into silence. For a problem like this, if Chu Yunxiu was powerless to fix it, then how could outsiders like Ye Xiu or Suma Cheng help? Chu Yunxiu, Li Hua. This was the true strategic core duo of Misty Rain. The value of this pair was higher than that of the Shou siblings. If it came down to it, and this pair needed to sacrifice in order to achieve a more suitable class composition, then it wouldn't just be an individual sacrifice. The team as a whole would be sacrificing its fighting strength. If Misty Rain resorted to such a method to get a reasonable class composition, how much strength would they ultimately have remaining anyway? Furthermore, between these two players, if they had to choose one to remove from the roster, then Chu Yunxiu was a better choice than Li Hua. After all, the Shou siblings were both long-range sharpshooters and had some overlap with the use of an elementalist. Keeping Li Hua's ninja on the field would allow greater flexibility of tactics, but with that, the problem became even more unsolvable. Chu Yunxiu was this team's captain. Windy Rain was this team's core character. If she didn't play on the main roster, was Misty Rain planning to start over from zero? Ye Xiu combed through Misty Rain's situation in his mind, and he discovered that this really was a frightening problem with no clear solution. No wonder Chu Yunxiu was so helpless. "Then what do you plan to do?" Suma Cheng suddenly asked. She hadn't said anything since entering the coffee shop, but she'd thought of everything that needed to be thought of. "I don't know." Chu Yunxiu's gaze was somewhat empty. This season, she had truly felt rather lost and confused. The heads of the club had ordered that the Shou sisters be placed in the main roster, but Misty Rain's core wasn't suited for the sudden addition of two sharpshooters. But no one talked reason with her. The club simply wanted all of these players on the field at once. Windy Rain, Dark Forest, Lower Your Head, None Dare Attack. All four characters had to be there. Ye Xiu had proposed the hypothetical of either Chu Yunxiu or Li Hua sacrificing themselves, but in reality, even that wasn't possible. Misty Rain was greedy. They wanted not only the beautiful sisters but their core partnership as well. They demanded that this irrational roster win results. Misty Rain had already drifted unsteadily through half a season, but the upper management still refused to change. In their view, Misty Rain just needed to push a little more to get results. The players needed to work just a little harder, the strategies needed to mature just a little more, and then they would begin winning matches beautifully. While they treated this as an obvious fact, they overlooked the reality. While Misty Rain's players were working hard, the players of all the other teams were working just as hard. While Misty Rain's strategies were maturing, the operations of the other teams were only growing smoother and smoother. And Misty Rain's class composition gave them a natural handicap that they could never overcome. A Misty Rain like this could not win. Chu Yunxiu had racked her brains for half a season, but in the end, this was all that Misty Rain could accomplish. What else could she feel beside frustration and bitterness? If you can't make adjustments, then you can only try even bolder things, Ye Xiu suddenly said. "Say it." Chu Yunxiu looked at him, but Ye Xiu only said two words, "Wind howl." "So that's how it is." Chu Yunxiu looked not at Ye Xiu but at the ceiling. "You've already noticed it, haven't you?" "Misty Rain could possibly emulate Wind Howl's playstyle," said Ye Xiu. "It's a desperate playstyle," said Chu Yunxiu. "Do you all have any other choice, if you don't want to give up right here?" Chu Yunxiu was silent. Anyone could use a strategy. The question was whether or not it was suitable. Misty Rain was traditionally viewed as soft, so much so that it was basically considered part of their style. To have such a soft team try and emulate Wind Howl's ferocious and desperate style, It clearly wasn't a very suitable choice. This was a choice made when there were no other options, a choice to beg for victory in the midst of defeat. Even Windhowl themselves wouldn't have gone to such extremes if their performance hadn't been so unstable. A fight without a healer was just too risky. The three fell into silence once again. Chu Yunxiu rested one arm on the table. Her other hand held a small spoon to stir the coffee in front of her. She stirred it for a very long time, but in the end didn't take a sip. "Let's go, let's head back." She suddenly stood up. "You're leaving like that?" Both Ye Xiu and Sima Cheng were surprised at her suddenness. "I still have 2 episodes of my TV drama to watch," Chu Yunxiu said. "This late?" Ye Xiu looked at the time. "You think I'm watching it on TV?" Chu Yunxiu scoffed. "All right then," Ye Xiu said helplessly, as he and Sima Cheng also stood up to leave. Night had already fallen. There were no street lamps around this out-of-the-way coffee shop to which Chu Yunxiu had brought the two of them. Under the starlight, her blurred silhouette walked at the very front. Misty Rain's troubles were both internal and external, but as the team's captain, Chu Yunxiu could only quietly carry this burden. On this point, she needed to be even tougher and more resilient than too many of her fellow male pro players. Misty Rain was in a disastrous situation. The outside world all criticized their strategies. The club was unwilling to change. But even in this situation, she had never said anything. She only continued to try and think of solutions. Think about how she could use this unreasonable roster to earn results with which people could be satisfied. "All right, I'm going this way." "What about your hotel? Where is it?" At the intersection, Chu Yunxiu stopped and asked them. "That way," Sima Cheng pointed. "Okay, when you get back, let's chat online." Chu Yunxiu walked back and hugged Sima Cheng. "Keep your chin up," Sima Cheng said. In reality, they hadn't really talked about much this night. Everything that Ye Xiu said, Chu Yunxiu had understood long ago. Perhaps she only wanted to lay bare her emotions to her girlfriend. Perhaps she wished to draw from this the courage and faith she needed to continue. "In any case, I will," Chu Yunxiu said softly. She turned, waved her hand, and disappeared into the distance. Soon, round 32 was upon them. That night, Misty Rain presented a shocking roster to everyone who believed they were already done for the season. 6 attackers, no healer. Chapter 1349, Team Chapter 1349. Team Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami. The current round was Misty Rain's home game against Team Void. In the 1v1 matches, Misty Rain won one individual round and the group arena afterwards, gaining a lead of 3-2. Then, when their formation for the team competition appeared on-screen afterwards, the entire stadium erupted. Team Windhowl had created an all-DPS formation, but they were smart about it, arranging for their healer to appear in the starting lineup like any normal team. As for if they'd switched their healer out for an all-DPS formation, that was something their opponents had to contemplate. They might do a man-to-man offense, but they might do a normal one-healer 4 DPS formation. However, Misty Rain's formation didn't even have a healer in it. This was something that hadn't happened in the Alliance for who knows how many years, but now it had appeared with Misty Rain, a team which was often considered rather soft. Were they cutting off all chance of backing down? Everyone could feel their determination with this lineup. How fierce! Team Void's captain, Ye Xiu, looked over at Misty Rain, where Chu Yunxiu was telling the players of Misty Rain something. This captain, the only female captain in all 20 teams in the Alliance, might truly not have as much hot-blooded passion that was typical of male players, but her dedication to her team didn't lose to anyone. But is Misty Rain's formation really suited to this playstyle? Wu Yus looked up at the player lineup on the big screen. Chu Yunxiu and the Shu sisters, 1 elementalist and 2 sharpshooters. These 3 ranged fighters had no problem with DPS, but they lacked CC. Melee classes, even if they didn't have any control skills, usually had an easier time restricting an opponent's actions. Could Misty Rain use 3 ranged fighters to completely pin their opponents? "Don't let your guard down," Ye Xiu said. Misty Rain wouldn't neglect to consider such simple problems. If they still dared to use such a formation, then there must be a reason. After all, didn't Happy get crushed by Misty Rain's sudden switch in tactics, despite having a home game advantage? Perhaps Misty Rain was now preparing to use a different strategy every round and hoping to win through catching their opponents off guard. It's time. After the referee approached to call them over, the players of the two teams entered the stage. For Void, their starting lineup was comprised of Ye Xiu and Wu Yu's ghost duo, Li Zun's assassin, Ji Keiji's exorcist, Tang Lisheng's paladin, and their 6th player was Ji Zhaolan's Spitfire. How would Void's typical team arrangement face off against Misty Rain's extreme? Currently, Misty Rain's fans were extremely anxious. Thought they were 32 points away from the current 8th team, but what if they really did achieve a miracle? Last round, Misty Rain had crushed Happy with their sudden and drastic change in playstyle and rhythm. This round, they had made significant adjustments too, so maybe they would claim victory again. If and only if they continued like that would their opponents' mistakes be of use. Perhaps the conditions of the top 8 teams would suddenly slide, allowing Misty Rain into the playoffs. You have to win. All of the audience members in the stadium were all thinking of the same thing. Even those players who had given up on their team this season felt the embers of passion flicker to life. Just maybe, there was still hope. They hadn't seen a victory, but they saw Misty Rain's attitude. This attitude reignited their hope. The team competition between a Misty Rain with a 6 DPS formation and Void begun. Unfortunately, this wasn't the match that had been chosen to be live broadcasted on television, so there was no way of drawing everyone's immediate attention. The match broadcasted this round was also much anticipated. At Tiny Herb's home game against Thunderclap, the two sides had reached the team competition. In the 1v1 matches, Tiny Herb had claimed 4 points and Thunderclap only 1. It was a good lead and should have given them a huge morale boost, but when the opponent was Thunderclap, then a lead in the 1v1 matches didn't mean much for a morale advantage. Thunderclap had always relied on their performance in team competitions to achieve such heights, after all. In the current round, they were playing their away game against Tiny Herb. How would their team competition end? Oh, after several rounds of exchanges, Team Tiny Herb's Wang Jixi understood what was happening. So everyone has started to focus on me. It was probably because the match against Happy had given everyone too clear of a message. If you defeated Wang Jixi, then you've defeated Tiny Herb. That's probably what everyone believed. So was that Thunderclap's current plan as well. Divide, encircle, reserve box 1. Wang Jixi had noticed Thunderclap's strategic intentions, but what should he do? Wang Jixi gazed at the team members at his side. Under his leadership, it was true that Tiny Herb had obtained 2 championships, but he couldn't be their pillar forever. Ultimately, he would retire, and the team would have to depend on themselves. Be a role model instead of a crutch, huh? Wang Jixi recalled Ye Xiu's words. In the past, he really hadn't considered that much, simply carrying Tiny Herb on his shoulders unthinkingly. Perhaps it was precisely because of their previous successes that the team had developed such a strong dependence on him. However, he would eventually be incapable of bearing such a weight, so they had to find a way to break away from this dependence. Gao Yingji had grown up under his careful attention and protection. The other had gained confidence, but it seemed that he had yet to gather the courage necessary to truly bear the weight of Tiny Herb. They had to grow under a trying situation. Those who overcome adversity would gain more courage, and their confidence would be fortified. He couldn't continue to shoulder all their difficulties. He had to leave some for them to overcome on their own. Yes, just let them deal with it themselves. Wang Jixi made this decision, and Vacaria fell into Thunderclap's attempt at divide and encircle. Perhaps he had the ability, the chance to throw off this attempt at dividing them, but this time, he decided to try and brute force his way out of the encirclement and destroy it. Of these two choices, there wasn't one that was particularly better or worse. Wang Jixi's choice had always been to deal with it himself if he could, though. But no, he had chosen the latter, depending on the power of the entire team to destroy Thunderclap's strategic arrangements. Would it work? Wang Jixi didn't know, but this was a trial for all the players of Tiny Herb. Happy had added more chess pieces to hone for the playoffs. Tyranny's veterans were adjusting their pacing and condition in preparation. And as for Tiny Herb had to prepare for the playoffs and even the future beyond them. They had to change their ways completely. Tiny Herb's been divided by Thunderclap. The broadcast commentator Pan Lin cried out in surprise. Yeah, Li Yibo gave a very simple reply. He had a feeling that the reason Thunderclap's strategy was executed so successfully was because of Wang Jixi's choices. If it were the Wang Jixi of the past, it definitely wouldn't have been so easy. Perhaps he would have once even managed to crush Thunderclap's attempt at dividing them with a peak in performance. Yet this time, it felt like he was going with their plan and letting it succeed. What for? To push Tiny Herb as a team? Was it because he didn't want what happened with Happy to repeat? No one knew about the words Ye Xiu and Wang Jixi exchanged post-match, so Li Yibo felt like there was a barrier preventing him from truly understanding. He had long since developed caution and didn't dare make a hasty judgment. He needed to continue observing. He thought to the last round where Tiny Herb faced off against 100 Blossoms and lost their away game 4-6. Since that match wasn't broadcasted on TV, Li Yibo simply checked the post-match report, not bothering to re-watch the match. Did any specifics happen with Tiny Herb in that match? Li Yibo didn't know. After Tiny Herb had lost to Happy, they had fought another 4 matches. Did they make any adjustments? Li Yibo didn't know. Since they hadn't broadcasted any of the 4 matches, the attention he paid to Tiny Herb had fallen to such lows. He wasn't like this before. Even if he didn't watch all of the matches, he would at least follow the matches of the powerhouses. Not watching 4 rounds of matches of a powerhouse like Tiny Herb is something he wouldn't have even been able to imagine. Why did it end up like this? Was it because now that Glory was growing in popularity, the number of reports by the media and commentaries also grew in number, making it easier to obtain large amounts of information, so he got lazy? If he continued like this, then what was the point of his presence? Never able to see deeper into the match, getting his face slapped all the time, was it fun? No, not at all. The stockpile of Glory knowledge he had was running out. He had to keep learning, keep up with the pace at which Glory was developing. The match was still continuing, and Li Yibo once again admonished himself for not daring to express his own opinion. Vacaria has been surrounded. Thunderclap has focused fire. They're trying to one-wave rush him. They're keeping Tiny Herb's healer under careful control. That's right, their goal is to get rid of Tiny Herb's captain, Wang Jixi, first, Pan Lin explained excitedly. Tiny Herb's other members have reacted quickly, coming to Vacaria's aid. Can they break through? Thunderclap will probably continue trying to take down Wang Jixi first. In the match between Happy and Tiny Herb, Team Happy had sacrificed 2 characters to kill Vacaria. They've doubled back, switched targets. Thunderclap has adjusted their offensive. They've gone back and surrounded the rest of Tiny Herb's players. Vacaria has been thrown to one side. This is isolation. Thunderclap has isolated Wang Jixi. How to say this? This is probably a reverse of Happy's strategy. Thunderclap may have realized that they didn't have the power to finish off Vacaria quickly, or they thought they might not be able to assure their final victory after the sacrifices needed to get rid of Vacaria. Thus, in the end, their strategy was isolation. Vacaria is still on the field, but he's been cut off from the rest of Tiny Herb. Thunderclap has gone to fight a Tiny Herb without Wang Jixi, while Wang Jixi is actually still on the field, right? Coach Li. Pan Lin gave commentary after commentary and suddenly realized, didn't it seem a little too quiet over here? Chapter 1350. The Battle Never Ends. Chapter 1350. The Battle Never Ends. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Li Yibo didn't speak because he felt like he had been enlightened. From not daring to be certain of Wang Jixi's intentions to Thunderclap's changing strategy. If dividing Tiny Herb up and ganging up on Vacaria was something within his expectations, the double back and isolation afterwards was completely unexpected for him. Brilliance that he couldn't predict at all. His own skill really had fallen behind. He had once been a member of a championship team, and now he had fallen this low. His minds drifted to Team Tyranny, his once teammates, his once captain who were still fighting on the front lines. Every time people thought that's enough, it's time he retires, he would reply resolutely, next year. Next year, next year, next year. It had been 6 years since Li Yibo's retirement. Li Yibo was a little older than him, but back then, had he really reached the point where he had no choice but to retire? No, it wasn't like that. It was only because that year, they had won the championships, so Li Yibo, who wasn't all that young anymore, decided that it would be the optimal time to retire. This was called knowing when enough was enough. Li Yibo had always thought his decision wise, yet now, he was beginning to question himself. Was his decision made because he lacked a certain quality? Why had Han Wenqing, who had also gained one championship, still fighting for another with all his might? Why was Wang Jixi, who had gained 2 championships, still suppressing his preferred playstyle for the good of Tiny Herb? He had fallen. Tiny Herb's healer had shockingly become the first casualty in this battle. After all that, Thunderclap's actual primary goal was the most typical kill the healer first. In this, how many strategic maneuvers and details had helped them secure their success? Li Yibo felt his head spin. He really was absolute trash. Losing the healer was a problem for any team. Perhaps it was because Thunderclap had let their guard down for a moment, relieved at being able to get rid of the healer, but Tiny Herb had managed a powerful wave of counterattacks then. It was good that Thunderclap had managed to steady their footing. They didn't rush to end this, instead slowly pulling the battle into one of positional warfare and utilizing their healer advantage to its fullest. In the end, Thunderclap won, overturning Tiny Herb 6-4, managing to defeat Tiny Herb both in their home and away games this season with 6-4. They generally fell behind on the one-on-one matches, proving that the strength of their individual players weren't the best, but when they acted as a team, they were a force that didn't lose to any other team in the alliance. This was no longer just about their tactics. Thunderclap's players were the pinnacle of the alliance in terms of their tactical execution and their teamwork and cooperation. Thunderclap wins in their away game too. Spectacular, especially in the team competition. Commentator Pan Lin cheered. Yes. However, while Thunderclap might have spectacular results in the team competitions, they've never entered the top 4 in the rankings. Their performance in the 1v1 rounds are rather worrying. With the current playoffs format, falling 2 behind in the 1v1 rounds will place huge pressure on their team competition. Li Yibo considered aloud. According to the playoffs format, the 5-person group arena and the team competition would be calculated by headcount. If Thunderclap lost too many points in the group arena, then they'd be playing under much more pressure and more restrictions in the team competition. This would certainly impact the flexibility of their tactics. You're right, but this problem isn't so easy to solve, Pan Lin said, finding it unfortunate. Thunderclap might really need one or two players with strong individual strength to help them, Li Yibo lamented. Indeed, Pan Lin nodded in agreement. Now this match between Tiny Herb and Thunderclap has come to an end. A few other matches have also finished. We still have some time left, so let's take a look at the results of the other matches. Ah! Just as Pan Lin finished speaking, he cried out in surprise after receiving the results from the other matches. In the match between Misty Rain and Void, Misty Rain didn't have a healer, Pan Lin exclaimed. Oh, they're copying Wind Howl's playstyle, Li Yibo said. No, none of the 6 players in their team for their competition were healers, Pan Lin said. And the results? Li Yibo questioned. Void won. Pan Lin's tone held a hint of disappointment. It wasn't that he was taking sides, but seeing Misty Rain dedicate themselves like this, it was natural for people to be anticipatory for what they could achieve. Unfortunately, Wind Howl had been successful, but Misty Rain still lost. To be honest, Misty Rain's lineup isn't very suited to this sort of playstyle, Li Yibo also lamented, seeing Misty Rain's roster. This problem was something that many people had noticed, but how many were there who knew of how helpless Misty Rain truly was right now? 7-3, Void won against Misty Rain. It seems like this is it for Misty Rain this season. In the live broadcast, Pan Lin finally dared to say this. Void was the team who stood in front of Misty Rain in the rankings, and now that they had defeated Misty Rain in a direct confrontation, it was naturally a huge blow to Misty Rain. With only 6 rounds left to the regular season, this really was it for Misty Rain. Amongst the other matches that have ended, 301 Degrees has swept a 10-0 against Bright Green. Samsara defeated Parade 9-1, Tyranny crushed Radiant 9-1, and Happy won against Conquering Clouds 8-2. Pan Lin rapidly announced the results of the finished matches. Oh, how did Happy lose those 2 points? Li Yibo asked. It was the individual competition. Pan Lin scanned the report on the match. Luo Jai and Wei Chen each lost a round. Happy's 2 players. Li Yibo really did want to comment on them, but he once again lost his confidence. They were Happy's players after all, no matter who it was. If they were Happy's, then he felt like he had no grasp over them. This really wasn't a good feeling at all. Li Yibo began to worry again. He imagined his current self standing on the battlefield. What would that be like? He wouldn't be able to figure out his opponent's intentions. He'd hesitate in indecision. His heart would constantly be in his throat. On the battlefield, he'd lose like that, and right now as a commentator, his current self kept getting slapped in the face to the point where he was hesitant to speak. Ah, another match's results have come out. Pan Lin really was his savior this time, not giving Li Yibo the chance to continue his commentary on those 2 players, and instead running off to announce the news. Wind Howl swept 100 Blossoms 10-0 in their home game. Pan Lin's announcement was full of surprise. After all, it was no easy task to get a 10-0 against 100 Blossoms. Last round, 100 Blossoms had even defeated Tiny Herb. Yet this powerful team had been obliterated by Wind Howl. Wind Howl had powerful individual strength, and now they seem to have found something that works for the team competitions, too, like they had suddenly all achieved enlightenment. 301 Degrees and Wind Howl are neck and neck. Pan Lin exclaimed with a smile. After this round, their scores are still the same. But the other team's scores have changed, Li Yibo said. Pan Lin paused for a moment and then checked the rankings. After each getting a perfect victory of 10-0, especially since Wind Howl's opponent had been 100 Blossoms, 301 Degrees and Wind Howl were now both in the top 8. Instead, Team 100 Blossoms had fallen to 9th with 199 points, 5 points away from the top 8. If I recall correctly, 100 Blossoms following match schedule won't be easy on them, Li Yibo noted. That's right. Pan Lin had already brought out the match schedule. Team 100 Blossom's next 6 opponents are Misty Rain, Void, Royal Style, Thunderclap, Tyranny, and Samsara. It seems like Team 100 Blossoms is really in need of some luck, Li Yibo said. I didn't expect for such a change at a time like now. Looks like you really can't relax until the very last moment, Pan Lin said. Indeed. All right, our broadcast ends here. We'll see you all again next time, Pan Lin announced the ending of the broadcast. Round 32's matches all soon came to an end. The uneventful rankings had experienced a whirlwind of change after this round, especially in the top 10. Blue Rain had risen to 3rd, Tiny Herb fell to 4th, Happy rose to 5th, Thunderclap fell to 6th, Wind Howl and 301 Degrees had risen to 7th and 8th respectively, while 100 Blossoms had fell by a full 2 places and out of the playoffs cutoff. As for numbers 10 to 12 after them, the 3 teams hadn't budged. However, after Royal Style, Misty Rain had also more or less given up on the playoffs. In the end, we still lost. The current round was still Misty Rain's home game. Ye Xiu, after the match, sat on the player bench gazing at the score on the big screen. Seeing the audience leaving, she heard a lot of sighs and cursing from them. She saw her teammates sit next to her, silent. "You guys head out first, I'm going to sit for a while," Ye Xiu said. "It's almost time for the press conference," Li Hua came over to remind her. "How about you take charge for it?" "I want to rest a bit," Ye Xiu replied. After a match that crushed their last hopes for the season, the captain wasn't going to attend the press conference. This clearly wasn't very appropriate. However, after a moment of hesitation, Li Hua still nodded. "All right." Her teammates left one after the other, and some of them looked back at Ye Xiu, worried. Ye Xiu ignored it, continuing to stare at the score on the big screen. The audience behind her were exiting the stadium in an orderly fashion, sighs and reproachful comments towards Misty Rain audible amidst the clamor. How exhausting! Ye Xiu really wanted to just lie down on this player bench. Everyone said that she was too soft and in turn caused the team to become soft. Perhaps that was true. She wasn't strong enough and it was easy for her to feel fatigued. Wouldn't it be great if she wasn't captain? Ye Xiu thought to herself, absent-minded. With round 32, yet another team bid the season an early goodbye. What was to be of Misty Rain's future? Perhaps people would wonder, but this wasn't the focus right now. After round 32, the top 8 had gone through a whirlwind of change and 100 Blossoms had been squeezed out of the playoffs by 301 Degrees and Wind Howl. It seemed like the fight this season was far from over. From number 5 to 9, there was only a 13-point difference. It wasn't just 301 Degrees, Wind Howl, and 100 Blossoms fighting. If Happy and Thunderclap slipped up, they might get left behind too. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com Chapter 1351, A Brutal 6 Rounds Chapter 1351, A Brutal 6 Rounds Translator, Namiyami Editor. Namiyami. With 6 rounds left in Season 10, the battle between the top 8 suddenly became harsher. Originally, everyone had thought that 301 strength had allowed them to replace Wind Howl for good, and the top 8 would be set like that. But out of nowhere, Wind Howl had suddenly resorted to the harsh method of fighting person to person, and they sang boldly and loudly as they marched through their team battles. After defeating Blue Rain in round 26, Wind Howl consecutively defeated 301, Misty Rain, Void, and 100 Blossoms. Weaklings. It looked like that designation was no longer accurate, but this new strategy of Wind Howl's had only appeared in the past few rounds. As to whether they could actually maintain this, everyone still held doubt. At the end of round 32, the commentator and honored guest expressed sympathy toward the match schedule that 100 Blossoms was about to face. But when everyone thought about it, they realized that Wind Howl's upcoming match schedule wasn't easy either. Wind Howl's opponents in the final 6 rounds were Thunderclap, Royal Style, Heavenly Swords, Parade, Happy, and Tiny Herb. Among the 6 teams, 3 were in the top 8. Those wouldn't be easy fights, but the most demonic match schedule still had to be 301's. Their final 6 opponents were Miracle, Samsara, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, Seaside, and Happy. This match schedule was enough to make one suffocate. Wind Howl only had to fight 3 of the top 8, but 301. They were basically fighting the top 4. And between these 2 match schedules, there were 2 teams in common, Tiny Herb and Happy. Tiny Herb was currently in 4th place with 224 points, a 20-point difference from Wind Howl and 301. Their lead was relatively stable, but the situation wasn't as relaxed for Happy. They currently had 212 points, only 8 points ahead of those 2 teams. If they slipped up during their confrontations with these 2, then they could be dragged right down. Behind that, 100 Blossoms was still eyeing the top spots, and if they performed well, one good counterattack could directly kick Happy out of the top 8. Happy's opponents in the last 6 rounds, aside from their direct competitors Wind Howl and 301, included Void, Lightly, Bright Green, and Thunderclap. These opponents weren't weak either, especially Thunderclap, another team currently trapped in the mud hole. Currently, Thunderclap had slightly fewer points than Happy, only 211, and in the final 6 rounds they would be facing Wind Howl, Misty Rain, Happy, 100 Blossoms, Samsara, Miracle, another brutal match schedule. After analyzing the match schedules of the last 6 rounds, everyone was dumbfounded. Of the 5 teams currently embroiled in a battle for a spot in the playoffs, Happy, Thunderclap, Wind Howl, 301, and 100 Blossoms, not a single one had an easy schedule, and there were multiple matches where they would be going head-to-head. Among the 5 teams, no one dared to predict right now which team would be kicked out of the top 8. After round 32, Happy's boss Chen found herself so anxious that she couldn't fall asleep. Originally, she thought that Happy already had a safe spot in the playoffs, but now at the end things had become so difficult and intense. Happy had actually played quite well in the past few rounds. After they'd begun to send up Luo Jai and Wei Chen, they might lose 1 or 2 points here and there, but wins of 8 and 9 points were still very pretty. Their one loss was their away game against Misty Rain, who'd beaten them 9-1. In an instant, the teams behind them had closed the distance. Perhaps it was true that the other teams' recent performances had simply been too excellent, too strong. In round 33, Happy played their away game against Void. Void was currently 28 points behind the top 8. Normally, they probably would have given up on the playoffs just like Misty Rain. But as of now, the current struggle for the top 8 was a mud hole. Maybe there'd be a few teams that completely collapsed. Void didn't want to give up. But their upcoming match schedule was also worthy of tears. For the final 6 rounds of the season, they still had to play Happy, 100 Blossoms, Radiant, Royal Style, Blue Rain, and Tyranny. But Void's dedicated fans had drafted an especially beautiful blueprint. According to the fans' plan, Void would use their home field advantage to take care of their direct competitors Happy and 100 Blossoms. Then, they would get the points they could off of Radiant and Royal Style. By then, 4 rounds would be over and the leaderboard situation would be clearer. Even though Void would have to face Blue Rain and Tyranny, these 2 teams had stable spots in the playoffs, and they might even be resting up in preparation for the playoffs. Void might have an easier time getting points off of these 2 teams. This so-called Void's plan of counterattack post instantly became very popular. Some mocked it, but others voiced their support. After all, the analysis in the post wasn't without basis. Void's match schedule looked demonic, but the latter 4 matches might not be too bad to play. The same was true in general. If a team met one of the top 4 teams at the end of the season, it might not be a brutal match. It wasn't that the top 4 teams were going easy necessarily. It was simply logical to let their main players get a chance to rest after a full season of difficult matches, and then use their full potential in the playoffs. So, rounds 33 and 34 became crucial. Void's dedicated fans had already pointed out the path for them. They couldn't fall here, could they? The team players were also chanting their slogans. These next two home games they had to win in order to see the dawn of entering the playoffs. The discussion, commentary, and analysis from all sides worried Chen Guo, especially after she saw that Happy's training plans didn't undergo any special adjustment. She almost wanted to say, at such a crucial time, shouldn't they let Wei Chen and Luo Jai take a break? After all, entering the playoffs in the first place should be the priority. But judging from the rhythm of recent practices, Ye Xiu wasn't planning on changing the original arrangement. Should she say something to him? Chen Guo hesitated, because to express this at this point of time would be expressing her lack of faith toward those two. It was the reality that this old player and this new player were weaker in strength, but to prepare them for this crucial moment and then not use them, wouldn't that upset them? Did Ye Xiu anticipate this, and that was why he couldn't say anything? If those two could take the initiative to bring this up, that would be ideal. Chen Guo had no hope for someone as shameless as Wei Chen, but Luo Jai wasn't Wei Chen. Luo Jai understood his own level very clearly, as well as the current situation. In the meeting before round 33, when Ye Xiu scheduled him to go on stage as normal, Luo Jai actually brought up this point, wondering if it would be more suitable to make an adjustment. What understanding? Chen Guo was moved. For the sake of the team, he didn't care about his individual gains or losses. What a good kid. Compared to him, Wei Chen was really an infuriating guy. But to Chen Guo's surprise, Ye Xiu rejected Luo Jai's suggestion altogether. The current situation is critical, but the playoffs will only be even more so. If you hide from this now, then what will you do in the playoffs? Said Ye Xiu. Chen Guo wanted to say, we should at least ensure that we make playoffs first. But after opening her mouth, she restrained herself in the end. All this time, she had only listened from the side during these strategy meetings. Sometimes she would ask a question if something was unclear, but she never voiced an idea or suggestion. She knew exactly what level she was at, and she didn't want to become an idiotic backseat driver. This time, Chen Guo felt that this had nothing to do with strategy. It was just an attitude, and she had the right to say something. But just when the words were on her lips, she didn't know why, perhaps from habit or something else, she automatically swallowed them back. But it seemed like Ye Xiu knew what she wanted to say. He turned his head to glance at her and said, "Our goal is to win the championships. We need the courage to face any situation. You too, Luo Jai, this kind of match is training for you. After this round, be ready to play in the team battle. This is just a small stage. Relax, relax," Wei Chen said with the confident air of a veteran. Chen Guo was speechless, but at least now she knew that Wei Chen wasn't truly shameless at this crucial time. He understood what choices Happy should make at this point. His and Luo Jai's going on stage now wasn't the typical training that teams would arrange for their rookies. This was also that they could be useful in the playoffs. That was why Happy hadn't sent them up from the very start for matches that would only waste their time. Happy sent them up now so they could have value on the field. Because they were about to face the playoffs, they needed the courage and belief to take responsibility. I understand. Luo Jai was as anxious as ever, but he understood the rationale. Anxiety, nervousness, pressure. It was all right that he felt all this because sending him on stage now was so that he could get used to this sort of anxiety, nervousness, and pressure. There were still 6 rounds left. He should value these chances. How could he retreat? Send me on stage. Luo Jai mustered his determination, but his voice still trembled. He was truly terrified that he would lose 1 or 2 or even more points and ultimately prevent Happy from entering the top 8. But he already demonstrated the determination to face difficulties head-on. He would overcome all of this. Good, Ye Xiu nodded. Then the plan is as it was before. Work hard, strive for this victory. Let's end Void's plan of counterattack right here. Ha! Laughter in the meeting room. Evidently, they all had seen that recently trending post. The team that theoretically had the least chance of entering the top 8 actually became the most attention-grabbing. It had to be said that people were miracle chasers. They wanted to see the seemingly impossible become reality, that is, miracles. After the meeting ended, everyone split up to gather their belongings. In the afternoon, they would be flying to City X. Ye Xiu watched everyone leave one by one, but he himself headed toward Happy's R&D department. Guan Rongfei, along with the other R&D workers Happy had found, were all working frantically. Pseudo-silver equipment. This was what Ye Xiu and the others ultimately decided to call their plan level 80 orange equipment. After all, any equipment that came out of the equipment editor would have its name in silver. But because its stats were purposely weaker and closer to those of orange equipment of the same level, everyone decided to call them pseudo-silver. Happy didn't have enough resources to create more level 75 silver equipment. Now, they were prepared to bolster their strength with pseudo-silver equipment. But pseudo-silver couldn't just be created on a whim either. The direct jump from level 70 to level 80 was possible in Guan Rongfei's research through accumulating materials. The myriad manifestations umbrella itself required a large amount of materials, but other equipment didn't. So, right now, they had to figure out how to change the blueprint so they could add more materials without ruining the stats of the equipment, and ultimately push them to level 80. This was one of the hardest parts in investigating pseudo-silver equipment. It was proven that this was possible, so Happy was currently working on creating as many pseudo-silver equipment as they could. Chapter 1352, A Map Suited to Phantom Demons. Chapter 1352, A Map Suited to Phantom Demons. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami. The pseudo-silver equipment might have cost huge expenses in materials, but since they weren't trying to achieve the best possible stats, the requirements for the materials weren't quite as high. For orange equipment stats, even rare materials were rarely needed. This solved a huge problem. After all, no matter high level or not, rare materials were limited in number and held great value. Yet now, with low requirements for rare materials, most of the other materials were easily obtainable from their guilds. Anything else they lacked weren't something they couldn't buy with a little money. 16 pieces. That was the answer Ye Xiu obtained when he came asking about it. They had already produced 16 pieces of pseudo-silver equipment. From nothing to this was impressive, terrifying even progress. Thus, Happy decided to forego switching their new equipment in for now. May 1st, round 33 of the Pro League began. Though Void had drawn attention with their plan of counterattack, however, this analysis made by attentive and hopeful fans was more anticipation than anything. In the round 33, it was clear that the match between Thunderclap and Wind Howl was the hottest topic, and it naturally became the match to be live broadcasted. However, none of the fans that came to the stadium cared about that. Banners, signs, they practically flooded Void's home stadium. For Void, this was like an early finals. If they lost, this season would end here for them. If they won, then they might still have a chance. Amidst the cheering, the players entered the stage, their accounts projected one after the other in the center of the stage. To Happy, Void's fans weren't all that friendly. For one, the match was crucial, and second, Happy had beaten Void 10-0 last time. Though a 10-0 and a 9-1 only had 1 point of difference, but they held two completely different meanings. A 10-0 was a flawless victory, a true sweep. It was equal to getting a perfect in a PK. The victorious side would be showered in glory, and the losing side would be humiliated. No team's fans would be as naive as to not hate someone after such a humiliation. Team Happy's members settled in their seats amidst the ear-piercing jeers of the fans. However, they had already experienced over 30 matches, with over 10 of them away games. Happy's players wouldn't be scared by this. No matter how scary it couldn't compare to Tyranny. They had already experienced Tyranny's home stadium. The pre-match preparations came to an end, and soon the time for the match arrived. For Team Happy, Ye Xiu was sent out as expected. As for Team Void, all the fans were curious as to who their team would send out to beat Ye Xiu and his 31 consecutive victories. But Ye Xiu, when the name appeared on the big screen, the entire stadium went into uproar. What was going on? Was it becoming fashionable for captains to challenge Ye Xiu recently? Wind Howl's Tang Hao, Royal Styles Tiansen, they had both done it, and now their captain, the #1 phantom demon Ye Xiu, had stepped up to the challenge too. Good luck, Captain. The stadium had erupted into cheering. Fielding their captain was a display of Void's courage and confidence. However, if he lost, then that was sure to be a huge blow to their morale. Ye Xiu's crying devil was a phantom demon too, a class that was more on the supporting side. Yet he had stepped up in this moment. The two entered their booths, and their characters were loaded into the map. The match soon began. A phantom demon's map choice naturally wouldn't tilt the scales in Ye Xiu's favor. This map was a town with many alleyways, perfect for a phantom demon's ghost boundaries, AI effects, and damage. Seeing the map, Ye Xiu naturally understood Ye Xiu's intentions. Lord Grimm very uncharacteristically didn't head straight for the center of the map, instead choosing to move strategically. The two characters, one took the left path, the other took the right. Once they were at the center, they looked out and neither of them saw the other. Huh, how come you've switched playstyles today? Ye Xiu asked in the public chat. In one-on-one matches, Ye Xiu had maintained a simple and brutal style, charging right into the center, hunting down his target and beating them into a pulp. Your map choice is too much. If you left even a slight opening, you think I'd have to resort to this? Ye Xiu replied. Ye Xiu paused for a moment and then realized that Ye Xiu wasn't just trash talking. For this map of choice, even the area at the center of the map was just the right size for Crying Devil to cover as a phantom demon. He really didn't leave any room for his opponent. Under these circumstances, his opponent definitely wouldn't be able to fight in such a straightforward manner anymore. Playing dirty was pretty much his only choice. Ha ha ha, next time, next time. Even as Ye Xiu wasted his breath with Ye Xiu, he began to pay more attention to what was behind him. He had chosen this map and was naturally very familiar with it. It took but a moment for him to analyze the routes his opponent could take to get behind him. It was a one-on-one map after all, so it wouldn't be very large. Its complexity was therefore also limited. Where would his opponent be? Just as Ye Xiu was considering this, he heard the sound of cannon fire. Looking up, he saw a character fly into the air. Apart from Lord Grimm, who else could it be? The other wouldn't just stay in the alleyways and wait for death, so he jumped right onto the roof. This playstyle wasn't unexpected to Ye Xiu. The alleyways were narrow. In comparison, the rooftops were much more wide and open. Lord Grimm turned this view on the rooftop. Ye Xiu didn't make his presence known. In a direct confrontation, there was little chance his phantom demon would be able to take on the powerful unspecialized. Thus, this match would rely on tactics. He had to find a chance and CC Lord Grimm for good. He couldn't let him escape. He had to take him down in one go. Thus, the first strike was critical. This strike may very well decide the entire battle. Ye Xiu wouldn't act without 100% certainty. However, if he kept waiting like this, it wasn't like opportunity would just come to him. Ye Xiu considered his options for a moment before letting Crying Devil stick his head up into Lord Grimm's field of vision for a moment. I see you. The message jumped out and light flashed. Lord Grimm was already launching attacks over at him. Anti-tank missiles, the 3 artillery shells shot over. It wasn't anything that could threaten him. Li Xiu easily had Crying Devil charge and dodge the attack, heading towards Lord Grimm. Ye Xiu, naturally, wasn't afraid of close combat. Seeing his opponent approach him, it was exactly what he wanted. Lord Grimm didn't enter the alleyways, remaining on the rooftops as he approached. Bang, bang, bang. Currently, Lord Grimm was the only one who could attack. He shot normal attacks at Crying Devil as he leaped across the rooftops. These attacks were nothing significant, and it didn't matter even if Crying Devil didn't dodge. The two characters, after sneaking to the center, suddenly decided to show themselves one after the other and charge right at one another. Considering this, their earlier actions seemed completely wasteful. Finally, the two characters were mid-range from each other, and Lord Grimm gained more usable attack methods. As for Crying Devil, his ghost boundaries were finally in range. However, face to face, there was no point in trying to unleash ghost boundaries. Ghost boundaries required casting. If they didn't control their distance and used them in a head-on confrontation, then it'd definitely be interrupted. Currently, Crying Devil and Lord Grimm were a little closer, and it didn't seem like the former had any chance to summon a ghost boundary. But that was when Crying Devil suddenly swerved and entered Lord Grimm's blind spot. However, Ye Xiu was very experienced. Even just from this view, he could guess what the terrain was like in his blind spot. Standing above, his mind rapidly constructed the possible route Crying Devil had used the blind spot to take. However, he couldn't grasp the other's movement speed. Not being able to grasp the other's movement speed meant that he couldn't estimate his opponent's position. Even if he could calculate the routes his opponent might take, Ye Xiu couldn't make a precise judgment. He really wasn't that familiar with this map. Otherwise, he'd be able to figure out where the other might attack from through sheer experience. Right now, Ye Xiu could only use what was in front of him to make a vague judgment. There. Ye Xiu glanced at a spot and immediately had Lord Grimm charge over. He still didn't come down, remaining on the rooftops. He would jump over what gaps he could, and those he couldn't, he'd jump down then right back up. As he advanced, he continued to turn his view, looking out for any hints of Crying Devil. A figure suddenly flashed in his periphery. Ye Xiu immediately had Lord Grimm come to a stop. That position, that direction, it was off from Ye Xiu's prediction. Where was his opponent trying to go? He had yet to come to a conclusion when another figure suddenly flickered into view. How come he's come to this side now? Ye Xiu turned around, observing the two places Crying Devil appeared, unable to figure out his opponent's intentions. Was he just taking a longer route to hide his actual goal? Ye Xiu didn't think it was so simple. This seemed more like a trap, baiting him into investigating further. Thus, after Ye Xiu had Lord Grimm carefully take a good look at the surrounding terrain, he stopped moving. Li Xiu had Crying Devil run and run, popping out here and there. All this trouble only to find that his opponent had stopped moving. Crying Devil once again walked out of Lord Grimm's blind spot, giving the other a clear view. However, he only saw the other turn to look, not move. That's enough of that. You can stop. I'm not going over, Ye Xiu said in the chat. If you don't come over, how are we going to fight? Li Xiu saw that his opponent was far too experienced and cunning. He was running around, but the other just watched him like some sort of circus monkey, not bothering to move. Thus, Li Xiu also gave up. You come over, Ye Xiu suggested. No way, I can't fight you while you're over there like that, Li Xiu replied. Then give me a place you can fight in. We'll go over, Ye Xiu replied. I like where I am now. Then perish the thought. What about we roll die? We'll take the numbers we roll as coordinates and go over, Li Xiu suggested. Sure, you go first, Ye Xiu said. Okay, Li Xiu agreed and then really did roll in the chat. 34, Li Xiu's number had been rolled. Your turn, he messaged. And so this time it was Lord Grimm rolling dice in the chat. 41, 34, 41. There, Li Xiu said. I was already moving when 34 was rolled. Haven't you realized I've disappeared? Ye Xiu replied. I've realized for a while now, Ye Xiu said. Because I already knew you'd roll a 34, Ye Xiu said. I knew that you would know, Ye Xiu said. Really? Then guess where I am now, Ye Xiu said. Ye Xiu didn't reply because he had to keep his attention on his surroundings and not the chat. He knew that Lord Grimm had already approached Crying Devil. Chapter 1353. A Battle of Awareness. Chapter 1353. A Battle of Awareness. Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Cast. Without a trace of hesitation, Crying Devil's blade flickered. One shouldn't be fooled by the idle chatting and banter in the public channel. In reality, the two of them were carefully controlling their characters while relying on their wealth of experiences to determine the other's actions. In the instant that Ye Xiu had stopped chatting, he already knew that Lord Grimm was nearby, and without the slightest hesitation, Crying Devil called forth a ghost boundary. But halfway through the cast, Lord Grimm's figure suddenly flashed in front of him. So fast, Ye Xiu was startled. This speed was a fair bit faster than what he'd predicted. With the cast halfway done, could he complete it? Bang! Lord Grimm opened fire, sending bullets precisely towards him. He couldn't complete it. Ye Xiu made an accurate judgment in a split second, canceling his previous ghost boundary cast. Crying Devil jumped to the side to avoid the gunfire as the silver weapon. 4 heavenly wheels spun one round next to him, casting a shadow image. Shadow image was a ghost blade's protective skill. Within 1 minute, the player could activate it any number of times to offset the damage that they took. In a head-on fight, especially against a veteran like Ye Xiu, Ye Xiu didn't make Crying Devil summon a ghost boundary, instead casting Shadow Image before immediately retreating. Lord Grimm had appeared at a speed which exceeded his expectations, but if one were to say that moment had decided the difference between victory and defeat, it really wasn't so simple. Crying Devil retreated, and in just a few steps, he had already turned another corner. Without hesitation, he began to cast his ghost boundary once again. Crying Devil's cast speed was very fast. Ye Xiu was confident that Lord Grimm had no way of once again appearing before him so quickly that he couldn't finish his cast. But this time, an explosion rang out. The wall in front of Crying Devil had been blown up by Lord Grimm's cannon fire, immediately sending fragments flying inches away from Crying Devil, who was now worried that he wouldn't be able to get out unscathed. Interrupt. Before even being able to see Crying Devil's situation, Lord Grimm used such a method to indirectly interrupt his ghost boundary cast. The two of them were carefully analyzing each other. The back-and-forth combat so far had been completely reliant on their snap decisions and conjectures made from their awareness. Apart from the time when Lord Grimm had interrupted the cast with his gun, the two people hadn't seen each other's movements directly at all. This was purely a battle of awareness and experience. Retreat. Ye Xiu, who once again had his cast interrupted, had no choice but to retreat. Crying Devil continued to retreat frantically. On this map that Ye Xiu chose, he didn't even need to look to know what the next street would look like. But before he could even retreat 2 steps, Ye Xiu heard another gunshot before hearing the sound of rotor wing being used. Chasing from above. Ye Xiu quickly raised his camera angle and adjusted Crying Devil's movement accordingly. In the end, what the audience saw instead was Lord Grimm using aerial fire, with the rotor wings only being used for hovering at a low elevation. Ye Xiu was too crafty. The crowd was awed. Ye Xiu had made use of the sound effect of the two skills, managing to cloud Ye Xiu's judgment. In reality, he controlled Lord Grimm chase on level ground at first before suddenly popping out from a corner and charging straight towards his opponent. As he had to defend from aerial attacks, Ye Xiu had chosen to turn a different street corner. But at this time, he was suddenly face to face with Lord Grimm, who had charged straight over, creating an extremely awkward situation. Run. Upon seeing the distance between the two of them, Ye Xiu knew that he had no time to cast his skills, and could only run away again to find a better position. But this time, it wasn't so easy for him to escape. Lord Grimm's various movement skills were put on full display, and in that instant, his explosive speed wasn't something that a ghost blade could compare to at all. His once faraway opponent had very quickly begun to latch on to him. Ye Xiu immediately realized that Lord Grimm's earlier burst of speed that had exceeded his expectations could really end up being the factor that decided victory and defeat. Because of that one moment, he had been passive at every step, and Ye Xiu had never given him the chance to summon his ghost boundaries again. And now, Ye Xiu had already succeeded in latching on to him. In this battle, as the #1 phantom demon, Crying Devil had surprisingly not laid down even a single ghost boundary. Wasn't this just too laughable? Earthquake sword. Crying Devil suddenly turned his body, sending an earthquake sword towards Lord Grimm, who was chasing him from behind. Lord Grimm jumped lightly, dodging the attack. Moonlight slash, full moonlight slash. The two skills slashed out in succession. Stop struggling. While controlling Lord Grimm to dodge, Ye Xiu still had time to send this message in the global channel. Evidently, this attack really didn't pose much of a threat towards him. But at this time, Crying Devil unexpectedly started casting. Surprisingly, he was trying to forcefully summon a ghost boundary. In the end, Ye Xiu completely ignored it, and Lord Grimm charged forth. The ghost boundary was summoned. Crying Devil had unexpectedly managed to summon a ghost boundary, but sword boundary. It raised the strength and intelligence of characters, but it didn't have any direct effect that restrained an opponent. At the same time as the sword boundary was completed, Lord Grimm's sword had already reached Crying Devil's head. "You're too obsessive," Ye Xiu sighed. "Yeah, if I couldn't even lay down one ghost boundary, that would just be too outrageous," Ye Xiu replied. The sword boundary that he laid down was the only ghost boundary he'd managed to cast the entire match, but it didn't have any real influence on the battle. Afterwards, Lord Grimm latched onto Crying Devil like glue, not giving him another opportunity until he finally fell. It looked as if Ye Xiu had taken the first victory effortlessly, and it seemed as if the so-called first phantom demon didn't pose any real threat to him. Yet, real experts wouldn't have that kind of opinion. In this round, it had really been one move that decided victory or defeat. Now, because Lord Grimm had managed to latch onto Crying Devil, it looked as if he had effortlessly obtained victory. But if at the very first step, Crying Devil had managed to use ghost boundaries to restrain Lord Grimm, it could very well be that everyone would be watching Crying Devil effortlessly dispatch Lord Grimm. And the real factor that decided that one moment were the countless actions that the two sides had taken before that. The essence of the match was the decisions that the two had made without seeing their opponent at all, instead relying purely on their awareness and experience to make all kinds of judgments. But to most of the audience, a match like this, with no real head-to-head combat, wasn't worth watching at all. Void's supporters in the stadium were evidently somewhat dissatisfied with Ye Xiu's performance. But this was their captain, their core player, so everyone still gave him a bit more face. When Ye Xiu stepped down from the stage, sparse clapping could still be heard from the crowd. But Void's so-called plan of counterattack really wasn't off to a good start. The very first point had already been lost. In a matter of minutes, Void's home stadium, which had originally been a flurry of excitement and energy, now had a slightly depressed mood to it. At this stage, every single point was extremely valuable. Quite a few spectators were listening to the outcomes of other matches while watching the competition unfold in front of them. For Void to enter the playoffs, it was no longer purely dependent on their own effort. They also needed to rely on the misfortune of other teams in order to snatch a place for themselves. As their first individual round finished, there was some news about the other matches going on at the same time. Team Wind Howl was already up 1-0 against Thunderclap, 100 Blossoms was up 1-0 against Misty Rain, and 301 was up 1-0 against Miracle. Everyone else was winning, only Void had lost this 1 point. Was there no hope left? Everyone silently watched the players go on stage for the second round of the individual competition, and rigid applause filled the air. To the fans of Team Void, losing this 1 point was as bitter and painful as losing 10 points. Even if they saw that they had a better chance of winning in the second individual round, they still weren't able to drum up much enthusiasm. In the second round of the individual competition, Happy's Luo Jai was against Void's GKG. Their ages weren't too far apart, and they could both be considered young in the glory circle. But where Luo Jai had only just begun to temper himself in real competitions, GKG had already displayed the air of a general in the last season, cementing himself as an important member of Team Void. GKG very calmly entered the player booths, but what about Luo Jai? His facade of calmness was only to cover up the nervousness he felt in his heart. It really could be said that he had to summon all his courage to take up the responsibility of competing in this round. He had already begun feeling some anxiety in his heart from yesterday, and until now, it hadn't subsided at all. He didn't know when he would be able to get rid of these feelings of nervousness. All he knew was that upon understanding that Happy's situation was somewhat dire, his heart began jumping even more fiercely. It was a pity that the referee didn't care for such things. Upon seeing the two players enter the player booths and the characters loading in, the second round of the individual competition quickly began. The moment his character loaded in, Luo Jai promptly examined the map. Hamlet was a map with nice scenery, with red clouds floating in the horizon. In the middle of the map, there was a main street, and at the end of the street, he could see GKG's Blue Exorcist already walking over steadily, at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. Luo Jai immediately controlled concealed light to take a roundabout route, hiding behind a straw house. He still didn't have any confidence when it came to taking on a professional player in a head-on fight, so he persisted with using tactics in every round. If he was playing a home game with the ability to choose his map, things were a lot smoother, but in an away game, where he was faced with a map that he wasn't familiar with, it only made him more flustered. Unfortunately, this map happened to be one that Luo Jai wasn't familiar with. After temporarily having concealed light hide, Luo Jai momentarily had no clue as to what to do next. He controlled concealed light to sneakily stick out his head, taking a look at the main road, only to realize that Blue Exorcist had already disappeared. At this moment, Luo Jai had even less of a clue as to what to do next. Go out, stay at his position and wait. Opponents that could fight directly and tactically created a lot of difficulties for Luo Jai. His calculation skills were not bad to begin with, but when his opponent had adopted a pace that was neither fast nor slow from the start, he had no way of determining how quickly his opponent would arrive. Now that his opponent had clearly opted to take a tactical approach, Luo Jai also had no way of figuring out which corner of the hamlet his opponent had hidden in. It seemed as if he could only rely on careful observation and thorough preparations now. Luo Jai started to line up his summons. He definitely wasn't a player that didn't use his brain. Seeing as he wasn't familiar with the entire map, then he would have to understand it one part at a time, and then use those parts to establish his battlefield, making full use of the map's features. Luo Jai controlled concealed light, quickly and carefully observing this corner of the map. His spirit cat was the first to be sent out, moving and hiding in an underbrush in front of him. Afterwards, the Devil World flowers were planted behind a tree. From the direction that Blue Exorcist was coming from, it probably wouldn't be within his field of view. Afterwards, his young wyvern and thunder eagle split up and flew to the roofs of the straw houses to his left and right. Afterwards, concealed light himself holed up in the straw house on the left. The house didn't have a window, and Luo Jai's actions were as if he wanted to dig a hole for concealed light to hide in. The entire audience was stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a fighting game? Why was it being played this way? Chapter 1354, decided by details. Chapter 1354, decided by details. Translator, Namyami editor. Namyami. Seeing Luo Jai's careful arrangement, the void fans were on the verge of collapse. What kind of people were these happy players? What the hell was all this? This was an official match, you know. What were you taking it as, carrot fantasy or Plants vs. Zombies or something? Seeing the summoned creatures scattered across the map, it didn't seem like glory anymore, but some sort of tower defense game. However, Luo Jai didn't seem to notice at all. Concealed light poked a hole in the wall of the straw hut and looked out through the hole. The void fans in the stadium were restless. They had an omniscient view, so they were even more clear on Blue Exorcist's movements than Luo Jai. Blue Exorcist really was approaching in this direction. Seeing his progress, it wouldn't be long before he entered the formation Luo Jai had set. Though everyone looked upon this tower defense-like setup with contempt, but it also seemed very powerful. GKG wouldn't lose to this rookie, would he? The void fans began to worry. After Ye Xiu had lost the first match, they were disappointed, like they had just lost 10 points. Their focus had subconsciously shifted as the match began, and they began to worry that GKG might walk into a trap. He's close. On the big screen, it was showing concealed light's view from where he was looking through the hole. GKG's Blue Exorcist strolled right into view, looking completely unsuspecting. The audience felt their heart in knots, many of them yelling, but none of it could be heard by the players in the booths. However, GKG seemed to realize that it wasn't logical that he still hadn't seen hide nor hair of concealed light from this position. Blue Exorcist slowed his movement speed slightly. Step by step, carefully now. However, Luo Jai was very patient. Although his heart was already jumping into his throat, he held himself still. He believed that this was his only chance for victory. He had to grasp it. His fingers were a little stiff from nerves, but his mechanics couldn't go wrong. From Luo Jai's view, everyone had realized what he was doing. Under the default settings, summoned creatures would attack anyone who came within their aggro range. However, a summoner could command their summons to defend. That way, they would only attack those that came within attack range or those that attacked them first. They wouldn't initiate combat or pursue targets. However, that wasn't all that Luo Jai was doing with his summons. He was suppressing even the attacks that would be released when a target came within attack range. There was no setting for this, so if one wished to accomplish it, they could only continuously order their summons to defend. This was, of course, to make sure that his target was as deeply positioned within the formation as possible before attacking. However, if you wanted to suppress these attacks, you had to repeat actions at a certain rhythm. This sort of thing, for pro players, wasn't anything hard, but Luo Jai was nervous. His fingers were stiff, and he wasn't all that practiced at this sort of repetitive mechanics. It didn't feel like his fingers were actually his. By this time, Blue Exorcist had already gotten rather deep into range, and the audience was cursing up a storm, but Luo Jai didn't think it was enough. His opponent hadn't gotten to prime position yet. However, he really couldn't continue with this repetitive actions that pro players shouldn't find very hard. His stiff fingers broke rhythm. Swoosh. The ones to attack first was the Devil World flower, hiding behind a tree. A vine creeped out of the ground and curled towards Blue Exorcist's leg. Luo Jai, seeing this, knew that he was at his limit and couldn't help but be overwhelmed by disappointment. But at a time like this, he might as well hurry and attack. With Devil World Flower launching the assault, young Wyvern and Thunder Eagle on the rooftops to the left and right also flew into the sky automatically. One spat a fireball down and the other spat a thunderbolt. Spirit Cat was a melee summon creature, so after telling it to defend, it wouldn't move. Luo Jai immediately cancelled his defend order and then had Concealed Light begin casting to summon Frost Wolf. Ice Wolf was relatively large in size and didn't have an appropriate hiding place in this area, so Luo Jai had Concealed Light summoned directly. Outside of the straw hut, Devil World Flower's attack had come far too suddenly, and by the time GKG noticed, hurriedly having his Aqua jump to dodge, it was too late. The vine whipped up, grabbing the limb it had caught and sending Blue Exorcist crashing back to the ground. He couldn't move. That was the side effect that the vine attack came with. Devil World Flower was extremely annoying because it had such an effect. Boom, boom. A fireball from one side and a thunderbolt from the other crashed down. Blue Exorcist, unable to move, could only twist his body to dodge. However, he couldn't dodge them completely like this, and immediately flames and electricity scorched his body. Whirlwind. GKG was very decisive as well, knowing that it wasn't the time to save up his skills. Blue Exorcist brandished his battle scythe, whirling it around and around. The vines of Devil World Flowers were like individual characters, having their own HP gauge. Once you used attacks to deplete its health, it would immediately break. Blue Exorcist ate another fireball and thunderbolt but regained his movement, immediately lunging into a charge. He had already figured out the position of Devil World Flower. This summons had the strongest CC. GKG could tell that Blue Exorcist was too deep in his opponent's formation. Trying to escape Devil World Flowers wasn't the best choice at a time like this. Killing it first would be the best option. Swoosh. Another spike stabbed up from the ground. Devil World Flower's attacks were considered very troublesome precisely because of how concealed they were. However, GKG's Blue Exorcist was already leaping up to dodge it. He was extremely calm, and even when surrounded like this, he could still make clear judgments on when Devil World Flower would attack. The airborne Blue Exorcist already had a third of the Devil World Flower in view, his scythe raised and about to strike when suddenly, with a howl and a breath of cold, Frost Wolf lunged from the side and tackling him to the ground. Concealed Light had also followed Frost Wolf out of the straw hut. Even though it was safer to hide inside the straw hut, his vision was limited and therefore would be limited in his control over his summoned creatures. For example, if Concealed Light had been in the straw hut for Frost Wolf's lunge, then he could only depend on the system-automated attacks, and it probably wouldn't have been timed so well. Summons on auto were rather dumb, knowing only to attack and attack and attack. They wouldn't synchronize their actions and work with allies, and definitely wouldn't time their attacks. Thus, Concealed Light showed himself, and Luo Jai would use this field of vision to carefully control his summons and make sure Blue Exorcist didn't get another chance to escape. Blue Exorcist, tackled to the ground and torn at by Frost Wolf, had been slowed. With two explosions, the airborne young Wyvern and Thunder Eagle once again spat out their fireball and thunderbolt. Spirit Cat had already arrived as well. It was only by Luo Jai's orders that it had yet to attack, leaving the tackle to Frost Wolf. Now, with the situation under control, Spirit Cat was free to come up and make its DPS contributions. Blue Exorcist rolled on the ground, dodging the attacks from the four beasts, occasionally jumping up to avoid Devil World Flower's sneak attacks from below. However, under the control of its summoner, Devil World Flower wouldn't necessarily attack according its set rhythm any longer. Considering Luo Jai's ick, There was no way he'd let GKG use the set rhythm to his advantage, and Devil World Flower began choosing the worst moments to attack. Blue Exorcist jumped to dodge 5 times and failed 4 times, beaten. Good job! Chen Guo was so excited. If Luo Jai could win, then that was already very impressive, let alone being able to control the situation so fully. With Blue Exorcist surrounded by summons like this, there probably wouldn't be any chances to turn the tables right. Luo Jai's confidence was steadily growing as well. His tactics were very successful, managing to trap even GKG, a young and composed player. This was definitely a boost to his morale. Luo Jai had his summons attack relentlessly, relaxing more and more. He slowly regained feeling in his stiff fingers, and Luo Jai suddenly thought this actually wasn't so hard. Who would have thought that at that exact moment, Blue Exorcist managed to grasp an opening, his scythe twirling around and blue light shining on the ground. Not good. Rising Emblem. Luo Jai was startled. Blue Exorcist's successful attack was naturally because an opening had appeared amongst the 4 beasts around him. Luo Jai hurriedly had Devil World Flower attack, but as he did so, he was stunned by a sudden realization. Blue Exorcist was no longer within Devil World Flower's range. Though it seemed like Blue Exorcist was been crushed by the encirclement of the 4 beasts and Devil World Flower, he had been carefully moving out of Devil World Flower's range. It was just that GKG had been carefully concealing this movement amongst the 4 beasts' attacks, and Luo Jai, in the end, didn't have enough experience, allowing this movement to go unnoticed until Blue Exorcist had moved out of range and grasped an opportunity to counterattack. Whoosh! Blue light rose from the ground, shooting towards the sky. Luo Jai desperately had his 4 summoned beasts dodge out of range, but he was too late for all of them. No matter if it was Spirit Cat and Frost Wolf on the ground, or Young Wyvern and Thunder Eagle in the sky, they were all within range of Rising Emblem. In that moment, they were all thrown upwards. Blue Exorcist ignored them, lunging for concealed light, yet the scythe in his hand was thrown out with spiritual guidance, heading for Devil World Flower. Boom! The scythe also had an explosive talisman stuck to it, and Devil World Flower was instantly enveloped in a ball of flame. Fire element attacks dealt a huge amount of bonus damage to Devil World Flower too. Just this one attack had Devil World Flower charred and blackened, unable to continue. Blue Exorcist continued to approach concealed light, empty-handed. He brandished his right hand through the air and formed another talisman while his left hand stretched out, catching the scythe returning from spiritual guidance. It's over. Seeing GKG's smooth attack combo, Luo Jai sighed in acceptance. Concealed light's summoned creatures had all been left behind. Right now, what else could he do? He wouldn't have the chance to cast and summon again. As for the 4 beasts, their time was coming to an end and they would soon disappear. His opponent had considered all the details, and currently, Luo Jai really had no way of turning this around. Pay attention to the details. When concealed light finally fell, Luo Jai was feeling rather depressed. This had originally been his forte, but this time, it was where he had lost. Chapter 1355, Battle of Nightwalkers. Chapter 1355, Battle of Nightwalkers. Translator, Namyami. Editor. Namyami. GKG's counterattack succeeded, and he won the battle. Void's fans in the audience were jumping and cheering in joy. Walking off stage in this sort of atmosphere only made Luo Jai feel even more upset. The huge digital display kept replaying the moment where Blue Exorcist leapt out of range of the Devil World Flowers, and then used a Rising Emblem to counterattack, successfully killing concealed light. It was Void's home stadium after all. Of course they would replay their own players' soul-stirring moments for everyone to enjoy. Another wave of applause rose within the stadium. I was so close, watching these images. Luo Ji's heart felt a wholly different emotion. He actually hadn't noticed at all when Blue Rain jumped out of Devil World Flower's range. Pay attention to the details. Pay attention to all of the details. This was supposed to be his specialty, his greatest strength, but just then he had overlooked such a key point, something so important that it couldn't even be called a detail. Luo Ji truly couldn't forgive himself, especially for such an important match. He had held the advantage, but because of such a big mistake, he ruined his victory. When Luo Ji arrived back at the player area, he couldn't even bear to lift his head. "It's nothing," said Ye Xiu. "It's just a mistake, everyone makes them. When Old Wei was your age, his mistakes were much worse than yours." "Oh, fuck off. When I was his age, glory probably didn't even exist yet, did it?" Wei Chen said to Ye Xiu angrily. "Oh, really? Want to calculate it?" said Ye Xiu. "I don't want to look into this question," Wei Chen said with a wave of his hand. Standing to the side, Luo Ji knew that these two seniors' light-hearted bickering was all to comfort him. He felt moved, but he couldn't just brush this off like it didn't matter. "It won't happen again." Luo Ji solemnly expressed his determination. "No," but Ye Xiu shook his head. "I'm serious, don't let this weigh you down. No matter how much you pay attention, mistakes can never be avoided completely. In fact, you can easily become too tense and do even worse. Relax. As long as you focus, pursue victory, work your hardest to do the best you can, maintain this kind of conviction, that's enough. Don't worry too much about the little details like mistakes." Again, he was supposed to stop worrying about the little details. Still, Luo Ji understood what Ye Xiu was trying to say. Focus. Maybe this was where his problem lay in this match. In the instant when Blue Exorcist had fallen into the encirclement and been knocked over by Frost Wolf, Luo Ji had also fallen into an encirclement, one of happiness. In that situation, it seemed like all of his focus had gone to feeling happy, hence how he had overlooked something so important. "I really haven't seen enough of the world." Luo Ji mocked himself, knowing that this was because his match experience was still lacking. What kind of player would get so happy after just one successful attack? Luo Ji continued to think quietly as he returned to his seat, but as soon as he sat down, a hand came down hard upon his shoulder. "You played pretty well," Steamed Bun praised him loudly, wearing a proud expression as though it were the result of his own work. Luo Ji had no idea what to say in response to Steamed Bun's words. "That defending radishes playstyle of yours seems really strong," Steamed Bun continued. Defending radishes. What did that even mean? Luo Ji was so agitated that he actually stood back up again, but seeing Steamed Bun's serious face, he quickly felt discouraged. When did Steamed Bun ever make sense? Whatever he said, just accept it, but defending radishes. Luo Ji still felt rather baffled. It was now the third match of the individual competition. Happy sent up Wei Chen, while Void sent their assassin player Li Zun. Li Zun was originally the most famed user of life-risking strike, but ever since Yang Kong changed his strategy, he gradually became more overlooked. Yang Kong used life-risking strike more frequently, and his success rate left Li Zun in the dust, especially when he used it in the team competition. Even though Yang Kong was gradually stepping down from his position, he remained a main attacker for 301. Even if 301 wanted to use life-risking strike, their strategy would still revolve around him. But Li Zun and Void didn't have such privilege. Void's core was the Ghost Duo, and all strategies revolved around those two players. Li Zun's life-risking strike was his own decision in individual battle, but in the team battles, unlike Yang Kong, he didn't have a whole team serving his needs. I never knew that life-risking strike could be used to this level. Li Zun, who especially loved this skill, felt all sorts of longing in his heart when he saw 301's playstyle. But he knew that Void wouldn't give him that kind of environment very often. Only in the individual competition could he run freely. but Li Zun already didn't pass up any opportunity to use it there. What he really wanted was to use it in the team competition. That feeling of taking out the opponent's core or important character with one attack, trading his tragic death for the team's victory, Li Zun felt a thrill just thinking about it. It's just too bad. Li Zun sighed. He could probably only continue to seize his chances in individual battle. The third match of the individual competition began. Since Li Zun was this kind of assassin, of course he chose a more complicated map. This was another street map. Void was generally good at such maps, which wasn't unrelated to the fact that their core was a phantom demon. This kind of map was good for phantom demons, so Void often chose such maps during team competition. After a long time, they would begin to like such maps for individual battles as well. The characters loaded in and the match began. A warlock on one side and an assassin on the other, both night walkers. They both started moving strategically from the very start, ducking into alleys and slowly moving forward. Wei Chen, windward formation, before the match. Li Zun hadn't expected that he would meet this player from Happy, so he hadn't really prepared for this. For such a critical match, Happy was still brave enough to use a player that hadn't really gone on stage much this season. This was a rather unexpected move. Wei Chen had basically been overlooked in Void's preparations for this match. But even if they had paid attention to him, they didn't have much to work off of. There was only so much information to be found about a player who had appeared so infrequently. It wasn't like they could dig up old Blue Rain matches from seasons 1 and 2 a decade ago, could they? The Glory competitive scene was tied to the game itself. Skills and tactics were constantly updating, becoming stronger and more extravagant. 10 years ago, levels were capped at 50-55, there were fewer skills, and current playstyles had evolved so much since then. And with the level 75 update, with the addition of level 75 equipment and skills, even data from just a few years ago had to be scrutinized with care. Some playstyles had grown extinct because of new equipment or skills. About Wei Chen and windward formation, there were only two phrases in Li Zun's mind. Dirty playing. Cast range. Yes, dirty playing. This warlock was truly very dirty. This sort of match attitude couldn't be erased by new strategies or skills. It was like how Fang Rui was still dirty even after changing classes to Chi Master. It was really hard to imagine. The old Swaxar was actually a dirty playing warlock. Li Zun tried to compare Wei Chen and the current user of Swaxar, Yu Wenzhou, and instantly shuddered. The difference was too great, Li Zun thought. In general, when teams searched for someone to inherit such an important character, they would try and choose someone with a similar style. That way, the team's overall style wouldn't have to change much, and the transition would be smoother. But Blue Rain, Li Zun honestly had no idea how they'd transitioned. Wasn't there another person between Wei Chen and Yu Wenzhou at the time? Was that person both dirty playing and hand-crippled? To Li Zun, Season 3 was a long time ago, and he wasn't a Blue Rain fan, so he didn't really know much about this extra Swaxar user hidden in Blue Rain's history. Even Wei Chen, if he hadn't jumped back into the spotlight by joining Happy, how many young players would know about this old senior from Blue Rain? Against dirty playing guy, he couldn't become overconfident, especially since this guy had that massive cast range. Li Zun couldn't let himself die without even managing to touch him. Li Zun's assassin Ghost Lantern walked along the streets, quickly arriving at his planned destination. And then Ghost Lantern jumped up, displaying the assassin's special passive skill air jump. Jumping with his left and then right foot, he easily hopped atop this small two-story building. The roof was spacious. Although it wasn't very high up, the angle and field of view from this position were really quite good. From here, many regions on this map could be examined. As soon as Ghost Lantern jumped on here, Li Zun found where windward formation was. He's taking the middle road. Li Zun silently watched for a while, judging what Wei Chen's plans were. Windward formation was using the most standard method of strategic movement, heading toward the map's center in a roundabout way, finding the target so a sneak attack could be launched from the side or back. But too bad I'm over here. Li Zun's ghost lantern crouched on the rooftop, and he continued to silently study windward formation as the character appeared and disappeared. Finally, Li Zun made his judgment and ghost lantern gently jumped from the roof, directly landing upon another two-story rooftop across the street, and then directly headed toward where windward formation was. How come I don't see anyone? The little guy's hiding. At this time, a message from Wei Chen arrived in the chat. Dirty playing as expected. Dirty playing guys always liked saying a few words in the chat to rile up the opponent. Speaking of this style, Blue Rain had really succeeded in carrying it on. But Huang Xiaoshan's method was entirely different from the dirty playing style of riling up. His method was just straight-up bombing the opponent to exhaustion. What in the world had happened in Blue Rain? How had the seniors' talents been passed on like this? No more dirty plays, but the trash talking became so frenzied. As Li Zun controlled Ghost Lantern forward, he actually grew quite curious about Blue Rain's past. He even made the decision, next time he met Blue Rain, he had to ask about their story. As for whatever Wei Chen said after that, apologies, but he didn't look. It was just trash talk. Who wanted to see it? Li Zun chose to ignore it, and his gaze didn't even wander toward the chat window. Ghost Lantern continued to move, and finally, windward formation's sneaky-looking posture clearly appeared in front of him. Ghost Lantern rolled onto the ground. From now on, his movements needed to be even more careful. How should he go about this? If he directly went up and used a life-risking strike, could that take care of him? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Li Zun instantly became fired up. Chapter 1356. A Casual Poke. 1356. A Casual Poke. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. Closing in step by step. Right now, the entire stadium's feelings were bound to Ghost Lantern's movement. On screen, everyone saw from Li Zun's point of view. Windward formation's outline became larger and clearer, closer and closer. Life-risking strike. Almost everyone had this thought since they were familiar with Li Zun's style. This was a player who would always pursue a kill with life-risking strike. But could he do it this time? This really needed to be considered. Just judging from their life totals, Ghost Lantern was capable of assassinating windward formation with a life-risking strike. However, would windward formation's equipment affect the outcome? Armor values weren't useful. Life-risking strike traded hitpoint for hitpoint. It removed health directly and ignored armor. However, what if windward formation's armor had damage absorption effects? Damage absorption would be able to reduce incoming health removal from life-risking strike. If the absorption percentage was high enough, then this skill wouldn't be able to directly kill windward formation. Unfortunately, Void had no such information on the silver equipment on windward formation, since their team lacked information and research on both Wei Chen and windward formation. Li Zun could only rely on his own judgment. When directly comparing health values, Ghost Lantern was 12% higher than windward formation. The assassin's HP stat growth was below average. Ghost Lantern's equipment had some additional HP boosts. It was necessary for someone who loved life-risking strike, where the damage output scaled with HP. The difference was that the HP was not stacked as high as possible like normal players would do, with disregard to anything else. Void did not want him to just focus on life-risking strike, and needed him to contribute in other ways too. Right now, his health points were 12% higher than windward formation's. This meant that if Windward Formation's equipment carried more than 12% damage absorption, he could survive Ghost Lantern's life-risking strike. If not, then life-risking strike would be a one-hit kill. Maybe attack a few times and do a calculation first. It's possible an opportunity like this would not arise again. The opponent had a dirty playstyle, and all pro players knew how hard it was to successfully ambush a dirty player. Li Zun really just didn't want to give up this huge opportunity that presented itself before him. Take a shot at it. Li Zun pondered. 12% damage absorption was not high. However, warlocks wore cloth armor and had subpar defensive attributes. This meant not just basic defense values, but also other defensive attributes, such as armor values and damage absorption values. Cloth armors were the worst in this aspect, amongst all other armor types, a lowly 12%. However, for it to appear on cloth armor, quite a chunk of other useful attributes might have been traded off for it. Would a warlock sacrifice these useful attributes for some extra survivability? This was really hard to say. After all, survivability was useful for any class and couldn't be considered a waste. So did Windward Formation have it. Ghost Lantern's movement grinded to a halt. Li Zun could not reach a conclusion and did not advance any further. If he kept going, he would have to act. Equipment chosen by someone who loved playing dirty. Would he prioritize attributes like damage absorption? Li Zun was trying to answer the question from perspective of the opponent's playstyle. However, before he could reach any conclusion, Li Zun suddenly remembered something else. Cast range. Windward Formation's biggest distinctive feature was his absurdly long cast range. A long cast range meant a big attack area, which also meant a larger protective zone. A warlock that had an advantage in that aspect, would he need more protective measures? Would he? He shouldn't need it. Li Zun's mind was made. It wasn't from the opponent's playstyle, but rather from his character's specialty. Then let's go. Ghost Lantern once again began his advance. He leapt down from a rooftop and landed in a half-crouch soundlessly, then patiently stalked forward. Patient bastard, I'm behind you. Li Zun couldn't resist complaining to himself after seeing that Wei Chen seemed to be patiently and cluelessly waiting for his target to appear. Ghost Lantern approached, step by step. Finally, he ran out of cover and could only approach directly from behind. There were only a few steps left, but the closer he got, the more nervous Li Zun got. If the opponent suddenly turned around now, then it would all have been for naught. Approach with a shining cut or continue slowly moving. The two options crossed Li Zun's mind, and he made his decision in a split second. At this time, Li Zun decided it was better to be fast about it. He didn't want to risk all his work being wasted after coming this far. Shining cut. Immediately, a cold light flashed out along with the fluttering of cloth in the wind. Ghost Lantern had already abruptly flashed behind Windward Formation. Life-risking strike. Life-risking strike as expected. Li Zun boldly used this skill to directly decide the match. Windward Formation hastily turned around after hearing the sound behind him, but Ghost Lantern's dagger had already arrived. Fueled by his own life, a one-hit kill assassination skill from Ghost Lantern. Fierce, powerful. Windward Formation's reaction was meaningless. Turning around only presented his chest to be stabbed by Ghost Lantern's dagger. Schluck. A hair-raising sound was produced as the dagger buried itself deep into Windward Formation's chest. However, an ominous feeling arose in Li Zun's mind. Something's off, something's really off, something had to be off. The attack hit and Windward Formation's health bar slid down quickly. However, Li Zun felt something went terribly wrong. His intuition told him that he shouldn't stay here and pose. He needed to turn tail and run. But Windward Formation's arm was already raised. Death's hand casually poked at a random spot on Ghost Lantern's body. He fell. Ghost Lantern fell. Life-risking strike left the user with one hit point. That meant that even a normal melee attack from a warlock's staff was enough to kill him. For windward formation to be able to carry out that attack, however, it only meant one thing. Life-risking strike did not one-shot him. Miscalculation. Li Zun only had regret in his mind, but it was all too late. Ghost Lantern's one hit point was not enough to handle anything, and a poke from his opponent's staff dispatched him. How ludicrous. No skills were used, and a regular poke ended the match. He really handed himself to his opponent. Yes, he did. Handed himself on a silver platter. Everything suddenly became clear to Li Zun. The opponent planned his whole strategy around his playstyle and gave him an opportunity to use life-risking strike. Li Zun knew something was wrong, but now he knew exactly what. It was his opponent's reaction. This was the Pro League. They were all pro players with unmatched experience. Even for someone who had not played for a long time, being part of the Pro League meant his glory experience was richer than a regular player. Just then, when Ghost Lantern charged forth with Shining Cut, what was the opponent's reaction when he heard it? He turned around. He actually turned around. This was way too much of a rookie's reaction. Any glory player who had some PK experience would know to dodge instead of turn around if they felt something was off behind themselves. Roll, jump, strafe, rush forward, or use a skill. Anything was fine, but there was no reason to turn around. What would that do? If they saw your poor face, would they suddenly feel a rush of sympathy and stop their attack? As it turned out, Windward Formation's reaction was to turn around. Even though he barely made an appearance this season, wasn't it laughable for this antique of a player with more than 10 years, experiencing glory to turn around in this situation? Not realizing immediately was absolutely moronic. Turning around at that time meant Wei Chen was prepared way ahead of time. Wei Chen already had a plan in mind, so when the attack came, he did not dodge or retreat but turned around. When life-risking strike hit, he just casually poked away. I got fucking poked to death. Li Zun clutched his head and wished he could stuff his whole head into his monitor. I got played, completely played. If he realized a split second earlier there was still time to cancel the attack, but he didn't. He completely missed it. At the time, he was already immersed in the elation of winning the match with one strike. Turns out, the match really did end not with his one strike but the opponent's one poke. A warlock raised his staff and poked. Thinking of this, Li Zun once again felt the urge to stuff his head into his monitor. Thus, the third match of the individual competition was concluded. It hadn't sunk in for the whole stadium yet. It hadn't even sunk in for the referee. Wei Chen appeared from his player booth, grinning ear to ear, and waved at everyone watching. This isn't Happy's home stadium. The audience didn't even have time to feel bad about him winning. Who the hell would appreciate him showing off? Wei Chen was purely trying to stir shit up. He waved his hands, the stadium filled with boos. He then left the stage happily amongst the booing. Boo away to your heart's content. Wei Chen looked at this stadium full of people. So what if there were boos? Summoning boos was a special ability for playing an away game. I came, I won. Booing was the proof of that. Wei Chen returned to Happy's bench. He glanced at Li Zun on Void's side, who looked distracted and lost after leaving the stage, and laughed scornfully. He raised his right pinky finger and said, I can take care of this kind of small fry with my pinky. I hope you can give me more of a challenge next time. Everyone laughed, and this time, even Ye Xiu didn't go burst his bubble. Taken care of with a pinky. This really was a joke. Wei Chen put a lot of effort into preparing for the match against Void. Li Zun was someone who would definitely play in the individual competition, since his playstyle was not suitable for the group arena. So for Wei Chen, there was a solid 1 in 3 chance that Li Zun was his opponent, and thus researched him a lot. Fortunately, he did run into Li Zun in the individual competition, and everything indeed went according to his plan. This was the reason why he could topple Li Zun with just his pinky. Small tricks. This was a specially targeted trick and most likely wouldn't work again. The problem was, an old player like Wei Chen had more than 10 years of experience, and who knew how many more tricks he had up his sleeve. You would be underestimating him if you expected him to repeat the same trick twice. Chapter 1356, Void Send-Off. Chapter 1356, Void Send-Off. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. The Void fans in the audience booed Wei Chen for a very long time. But when they looked at the screen displaying the current score, they felt another wave of despondence. 1-2, they'd already lost 2 points. Void was already far away from the top 8, and after losing these 2 points, their future was becoming increasingly bleak. Next was the group Arena. Happy sent Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Fang Rui, while Void sent Ji Jialan, Yang Heaoxuan, and Wu Yus. There were still fans who refused to give up now, and they persevered in cheering Void on. But Tang Ru's performance when she came on was extraordinarily strong, nearly a 1v2. After Steamed Bun came 1, he used 17% of his health to take care of Void's second player, Yang Heaoxuan, who'd already been beaten bloody by Tang Ru. Wu Yus came out, facing a near 1v2 situation. The crowd was quiet. They couldn't bear to cheer. It looked like Void's season was ending here just like this. There was no need to increase the pressure on any one person at this time. A season's failure wasn't any one person's fault. Even the audience members were pessimistic, but Wu Yus hadn't given up. He was a pro player, someone who understood the difficulty of matches better than ordinary people did. But at this time, even more so than the audience, he anticipated a miracle. He believed he could create a miracle. Wu Yus came on stage, and Carved Ghost cleanly took care of Steamed Bun invasion. Fang Rui came on stage, facing a Carved Ghost at half health. The map was another street map that Void was used to. For the dirty playing Fang Rui, he could also take to this map like a fish to water. "This time, I won't lose to you again," Fang Rui said after entering the match. During the previous Happy vs. Void, Fang Rui had indeed lost to Wu Yus, but back then he had already fought one person earlier. For the group Arena, the fact that he had still managed to knock away half of Carved Ghost's health was already considered a success. And this time, his Boundless Sea had the health lead, and his Chi Master style had undergone a season's worth of testing and was now solidified. Give it a try. Wu Yus generally wasn't inclined to chat, but he actually said this tough sentence in the chat. He knew Fang Rui's strength, especially since they were from the same season. Compared to everyone else, he had gotten to know Fang Rui's dirty Chi Master style earlier than everyone else. Last time after fighting Happy, Fang Rui had called him to spar for many matches. In the end, it was unclear who had gotten more wins, but Wu Yus knew for sure. Fang Rui's new unique playstyle was definitely viable. The reality confirmed this point. Fang Rui indeed walked a new path with his Chi Master, even though traditional Chi Master players all looked down upon his style. But with Zhao Yang's retirement, there was no longer one leading Chi Master. This season's All-Stars, there had been no Chi Master, but what about next year? Next year, given Happy's strong results and Fang Rui's performance, this guy could actually enter the All-Stars with the identity of a Chi Master. That would really show everyone who looked down upon this dirty Chi Master style. You look down upon my playstyle, but I am the #1 Chi Master. When he thought about this, Wu Yus felt that it was really quite interesting, and he very much wanted to see this happen. However, even so, he did not want to become Fang Rui's stepping stone. For the sake of Void's victory, he would not hesitate to block Fang Rui's way. "I will not lose. Void's season is not yet over." With a roar, with the Phantom God's power flashing around him, Wu Yus fought even more fiercely than he had last round. He won. In the instant that the results came out, even the live audience couldn't believe their eyes. Wu Yus's Carved Ghost remained standing at the very end, with 4% health remaining. Fang Rui left this final message in the chat. Dirty players like him could really be helpless against an opponent like this. This kind of guy, bold and decisive, wouldn't play those psychological games with you dirty players. He would simply use his sword light to slash through everything. Void won the group arena. Those Void fans who had already given up suddenly all awakened once more. The crowd exploded like a volcano that had slept dormant for many years, releasing all of their enthusiasm in one instant, powerful enough to burn through everything. When Happy's three players returned to their player area, they could only shout to communicate with each other. The noise of the stadium was simply too loud. 3-2. Now Void was in the lead. If they won the team round, a final result of 8-2, maybe there was still hope. Wu Yu's strong performance didn't just win 2 points, it ignited everyone's hopes for Void. But it ends here. Wu Yu sighed as he rotated his camera view, seeing his fallen comrades around him. Blue Exorcist, Soul Defender, Ghost Lantern, Translucent. It's just the two of us left. Wu Yu was never one for melancholy, but this time their season, Void's season, was ending here. Yeah, said Ye Xiu. Standing behind Carved Ghost back-to-back was his Crying Devil. Void's Ghost duo. On Void's side, only these two remained. Even though they were an experienced partnership, expecting them to pull off a 2v5 was simply too much. Happy had already surrounded them completely, but they weren't rushing to attack. Crying Devil didn't have much mana left, so he couldn't maintain the defense of Ghost boundaries. They just had to wait until the Ghost boundaries ran out, and then they could calmly attack them. Last one, Ye Xiu said. Crying Devil's blade surged with the power of the Phantom God as he casted a final Ghost boundary. Boom! But at this moment, Dancing Rain opened fire. Ye Xiu was forced to interrupt the cast as he moved to dodge. Tusk, our last one's gone too, Ye Xiu said. Crying Devil's mana was used up for good. So it ends like this. Yeah, it's over. The Ghost boundaries faded, leaving openings, and Happy's characters charged forward. Long range, short range, they all began their attacks, and Void's Ghost duo finally fell upon the ground they had so tightly defended with their Ghost boundaries for so long. In the end, Happy won their round 33 match with a score of 7-3. Void, having only achieved 3 points, could consider themselves finished for the season. Even if their competitors had abysmal performances in the upcoming rounds, with only 5 rounds left to close such a large point gap, there was no point in imagining what was theoretically possible. Only those who were especially stubborn in refusing to give up would still hope for that extremely unlikely possibility, hope that those competitors wouldn't earn a single point in the next rounds, and that Void would surpass them. But would that happen? The moment that the Void versus Happy match ended, there were already people frantically checking for news from the other matches this round. 100 Blossoms, 9-1, a huge home victory against Misty Rain. The gap between them and Void was pulled from 23 to 29 points. 301, a 10-0 perfect victory against Miracle, which pulled their gap with Void from 28 to 35 points. There was still one match in progress. It was the match that had received the most attention this round, Thunderclap against Wind Howl. After Thunderclap lagged behind in the individual matches, 1-4, the two teams were now engaged in a fierce team battle. Wind Howl's recent team performance was quite fierce. Their strategy of tearing apart and playing one-on-one had shaken a number of strong teams. Maybe they would win again in this match. If they won 9-1, Thunderclap would have only won 1 point, and maybe they would just continue to lose, and Void would win and eventually surpass them. The stubborn Void fans who refused to despair carried these sort of dreams as they studied the details of this match. But in the end, even they had to let go of their last strands of hope. Thunderclap had taken teamwork to the peak. Individually, their players weren't all that strong, but they were all team players. They understood strategy well and their cooperative awareness was strong. Once they were together, their strength didn't lose to that of any team. And Wind Howl, their new playstyle, was the antithesis of thunderclaps. Their cooperation was to not cooperate. Their method was to turn the team battle into individual battles. By this point, they had already chopped apart many strong teams, but they finally met their match in Thunderclap. The most cooperative, cohesive team in the entire alliance wouldn't be broken apart so easily. Wind Howl messed up, and with their playstyle, one mess-up meant defeat. They had played their best to last this long, but unfortunately for them, Thunderclap still won in the end. 6-4. With the conclusion of this battle, the results of all the teams who were currently fighting for a spot in the playoffs were known. Void was out for good, but 100 Blossoms had caught up once again. They were tied with Wind Howl in terms of points, 208, but because they lost to Wind Howl in terms of their head-to-head point scores, they were in 9th place for now. All of the current rankings were only temporary. The points differences between the teams was worth more attention. Smaller differences could be flipped in the course of one round. After the end of this round, the 5th place team Happy had 219 points, while the 8th and 9th place Wind Howl and 100 Blossoms had 208 points. This was a difference of only 11 points from 5th to 9th. Happy was directly going against 3 of these direct competitors in upcoming battles, so this current 11-point lead really wasn't much. This round was only one hurdle they'd had to make it through. Void had dropped out, but no team had made it to safety. The upcoming round 34 was, for a Happy, a good chance to grab points. Their opponent was Lightly, a weaker team that had no more prospects for this season. Chen Guo wanted to directly add these 10 points to Happy's total, but Happy's roster for this round once again gave Chen Guo something to worry about. "You're not going in the team competition." Chen Guo looked at Ye Xiu in shock. In the team rounds roster, Ye Xiu and Lord Grimm's names were absent. "Yes. For these upcoming rounds, I will try to rest as much as possible," said Ye Xiu. Chen Guo hesitated. She had worried time and time again about Ye Xiu's professional life expectancy. She had worried about whether he was working himself too hard. From in-game to the pro league, from management to strategy, from training to equipment, Ye Xiu was involved in it all. Was he really not tired? Chen Guo had had these doubts before. And now Ye Xiu, using this method, was telling her clearly he too was tired. He too needed to rest. Chapter 1357 Mistake. Chapter 1357 Mistake. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. Ye Xiu could tire too. Perhaps sometimes perseverance would be enough to overcome fatigue, but Chen Guo knew that Ye Xiu did not lack perseverance. He needed to rest for the same reason that he insisted Wei Chen and Luo Jai play matches. He needed to prepare for the playoffs as well. He needed 100% of his energy to face the playoffs. And now, even though they were stuck in the struggle for top 8, Happy did have the most points out of all their direct competitors. Chen Guo tried to think optimistically, and when they trained for the team round this week, they practiced without Ye Xiu and Lord Grimm. Soon May 8th arrived, and round 34 began. Happy and the other teams vying for the playoffs underwent their desperate struggle, while the powerhouses at the top were already preparing for the playoffs. Team Blue Rain was rotating their team battle roster nonstop. Team Tiny Herb was working hard at strategies that didn't rely too much on Wang Jixi. Team Tyranny's 3 old generals ended rotation after that one round where they all appeared. Now they all played both the individual and team battles. And this round, Tyranny played a home game against Heavenly Swords. There weren't many interactions between these two teams. Tyranny's fans cheered for their own team just like normal. But when the names for the first individual battle were announced, the entire stadium froze. Tyranny, Zhang Jiao; Heavenly Swords, Sun Jiping; Team 100 Blossoms, Blood and Blossoms; one of the most quintessential partnerships of the alliance. These former partners suddenly met in this match, reunited at last, but in a confrontation that had never occurred before. Neither tyranny nor heavenly swords would care about this one point very much, but the significance these two carried. Tyranny's home fans and heavenly swords, visiting fans wouldn't have the same deep ties to these two that Hundred Blossoms fans would have. But who hadn't heard of the madness that these two brought back in the day? Blood and Blossoms had made its lasting mark in Glory's history, even though they ultimately hadn't managed to win the championship. But in competition, heroes weren't determined solely by success or failure. That former prosperity had ended on that summer 5 long years ago. Since then, the two had never reunited on the battlefield, and there was no more blood and blossoms, only victory and defeat. But the outcome of this one battle truly didn't matter too much, and when the audience saw this pair of opponents, they didn't care too much who won or lost. They were more curious about what this duo, who had left behind countless regrets, would say to each other when they had this sort of meeting on the battlefield. And so no one watched the match. Everyone was staring at the chat displayed on the large screen. Nothing. Nothing at all. The two had no conversation, no exchange. The characters simply charged forward and met at the center of the map. Flowers blossomed, concealing dazzling Hundred Blossoms. But the berserkers' slashes were no longer creating a scene of blood, and even if they were, it would be the blood of dazzling Hundred Blossoms. Charge! Sun Jiping's berserker, another summer of sleep, once again charged forward. Would anyone understand Zhang Jiao's playstyle than he? This playstyle relied on the light and shadows created by skills, and those on the same team weren't immune to these effects. It could impede teammates just as easily as opponents. Sun Jiping, as the partner who had once stood the closest to him amidst this light and shadow, of course understood how to maintain his bearings and search for targets to attack. But this time, he was searching for the owner of this expanse of light and shadow. Wild Blood Strike. The blood-red silhouette of the greatsword instantly carved through the dazzle, and another summer of sleep advanced forward as though there were nothing in his way. Oh! The whole stadium made noises of understanding. From Sun Jiping's camera view, they could see how the light and shadow didn't give him any confusion at all. His field of vision was just as clear as always. As expected, everyone thought. As expected of former partners. They understood each other too well. But just in this moment, when another summer of sleep continued to advance, taking one step closer to dazzling Hundred Blossoms, the light and shadow suddenly closed in, enveloping another summer of sleep in their midst. Is that so? Sun Jiping rotated his camera view, looking around him in a circle. This time, he couldn't very much see through it. So the Hundred Blossoms playstyle had also changed a lot. These years he'd purposely not paid much attention to it, and now he was truly beginning to feel that he couldn't keep up. But this shouldn't be enough to cause him any difficulty, right? He would never forget the logic of this playstyle. It wasn't too late to learn now. Another summer of sleep looked left and right as though searching for directions. The audience watched silently, and Zhang Jiao, controlling the blossoming display, gradually revealed a shocked expression. This was no longer the Hundred Blossom style he had used during his time with Sun Jiping. After all, after so many years, the levels, equipment, and skills had all changed so much. But just over the course of this battle, Sun Jiping's another summer of sleep caught up. Slowly, step by step, he had already entered the rhythm of the new Hundred Blossom style. Sun Jiping, knowing the Hundred Blossom style so thoroughly, only needed the span of one match, as expected of old partners. Just like this, Zhang Jiao watched as another summer of sleep finally charged in front of his dazzling Hundred Blossoms. The greatsword came down without a moment of hesitation. Dazzling Hundred Blossoms leapt aside and counterattacked. Another summer of sleep fell, Charging through the cover of the 100 Blossom style was already his limit. Good luck. When he fell, Sun Jiping simply said this. Yeah, Zhang Jiao answered, the only words exchanged in the whole battle. At the same time, Ye Xiu helped Happy win a first point in the individual competition. Although he was not playing in the team competition this time, he was still first in the individual competition as always. And then Luo Jai and Wei Chen were up. This time, Luo Jai won, but Wei Chen made a mistake and lost the point. Winning and losing matches was an ordinary thing, but Luo Jai and Wei Chen were in a very delicate position. If they lost points, there would always be people jumping forward to question Happy's plan, as though if it weren't for the two of them, if other people fought instead, Happy would be guaranteed to win points. But nothing was ever guaranteed on a battlefield. And so even though Wei Chen lost a point, they were open and forgiving. Then, in the group arena, Happy won a clean victory, entering the team round with a score of 4-1. When the team competition lineup came out without Ye Xiu's name, the crowd burst into whispers, beginning to let the main force rest. The team was really confident. Everyone thought this way, but no one was too worried as Lightly wasn't a very strong team and didn't have much fighting spirit. But in the end, in their home game, Happy lost the team competition. 4-6. The digital scoreboard recorded this all. In this crucial time before the playoffs, Happy lost a team competition. The reason? Ye Xiu hadn't played. No matter what, this point could not be avoided. Core players were simply like this. Even if they weren't on stage, they had to carry the responsibility of their team's mistakes. You weren't on stage. This was your biggest mistake. Happy paid the price for their arrogance. This was how multiple media reported it, especially those who liked to hate on Happy. They liked this angle. After the match, all was quiet in the prep room. Everyone could see Ye Xiu's hard work. No matter what, none of Happy's members would object to Ye Xiu's choice to rest, even during this crucial time where every point mattered. They were all upset, all blaming themselves, that as soon as Ye Xiu was gone, they lost points. No one said anything. In the prep room, everyone silently watched the television, which was currently broadcasting the match between Samsara and 301. To face Samsara during this crucial point-turning period, 301 seemed fairly unlucky. But a number of people felt that perhaps 301 was lucky, because no team's position was more stable than Samsara's right now. After 33 rounds, they had 282 points, over 42 points above the current second place. Samsara didn't need any more points in the regular season. They could casually let their main players rest, train rookies, practice strategies. They faced no pressure. Perhaps these conditions would give their opponents a precious opportunity. Perhaps a match against Samsara would actually be easier to fight. 301 won 2 battles in the individual competition. Samsara had sent up their rookies, and everyone believed their hypothesis was correct. Then, in the group arena, Samsara sent up their strongest lineup as always and won. For the team round, they also used their strongest lineup this season. At that moment, although the match had yet to end, 301's loss was set. Even with 2 championships under their belt, Samsara was still hungry for more. They didn't relax, they didn't let their team enter a trash or a performative period. They still faced battles with all they had. They continued to strive for victory above all else. They didn't want to slack off while still sprinting forward. Let the main players rest. They might not even need it. Samsara's players were all in their prime. For them, 1 match a week was no great burden. Just like that, Samsara still won in the end. 8-2 Samsara did not give 301 a so-called break. After 34 rounds, Samsara had 290 points, and by now, Blue Rain's match against Parade had ended, with Blue Rain winning 9-1. But even so, this only shrunk their difference with Samsara from 42 to 41 points. With 4 rounds remaining, Samsara led second place by 41 points. The moment that Samsara won the match, their home stadium burst into cheers and applause louder than any other during this season. Samsara had earned first place in the regular season, 4 rounds early. Even though there was no trophy associated with this, was still a result to be proud of. It seemed that Samsara's home stadium had anticipated this possibility, and so they'd prepared a small celebration ceremony beforehand. Of course, it was just a small ceremony. After all, the season still hadn't ended, and having a large celebration now would be inconsiderate to the other teams. Samsara, 4 rounds early, celebrated a beautiful end to their regular season. Happy, meanwhile, because of their failure this round, continued to struggle in the mud. This round, their fellow competitors' results. Wind Howl defeated Royal Style 8-2. Thunderclap defeated Misty Rain 9-1. 100 Blossoms defeated Void 9-1. And so Thunderclap, with 226 points, surpassed Happy by 3 points, charging into 5th place and pushing Happy down to 6th. 100 Blossoms beat Wind Howl by 1 point, rising to 7th. Wind Howl and 301 were once again tied with points, and based on their head-to-head score, Wind Howl was 8th, and 301 was pushed to 9th. The situation became more of a deadlock. Happy was only 7 points away from 9th place. And in round 35, Happy was playing their away game against a strong opponent, the team that had just surpassed them by 3 points, Thunderclap. Chapter 1358, Tide and Subin. Chapter 1358, Tide and Subin. Translator, Namyami. Editor, Namyami. In round 35, Thunderclap would be playing Happy in their home game. These two teams would be fighting for the number 5 spot between themselves, so being direct competitors was not key. What was more important were the teams hot on their tails. The loser of this round might fall several spots and be a step closer to the danger zone. For this round, of the 3 teams in pursuit, Wind Howl would play Heavenly Swords in an away match. 100 Blossoms would play Royal Style in an away match, and 301 again faced a powerhouse as they did last round. They would be playing against Tiny Herb. 301 was perched precariously on the edge of the playoff zone. They were currently out of the standings for the playoffs, and the schedule gave them an even larger obstacle. After this round, they had to face Blue Rain and finally Happy. The television broadcast for round 35 faced yet another dilemma. Should they show Thunderclap versus Happy, or 301 versus Tiny Herb? Finally, the broadcasting team decided on 301 versus Tiny Herb. Even though Thunderclap versus Happy was a key match, the two teams had already met and was broadcast once in round 16. Also, Happy still had plenty of key matches coming. Both their round 37 clash against Wind Howl and round 38 against 301 were candidates for broadcast. The broadcasters could only choose one match, but the media focused equally on both. 301 became the primary team to stir things up following the winter transfer window and into the second half of the season. If it weren't for their sudden surge up the leaderboard, the top 8 would have been pretty much set in stone. After seeing the performances of teams just out of reach such as Void or Misty Rain. Since 301 could stir things up, they became well received by the many enthusiastic Glory fans. Because of this, they managed to attract many otherwise neutral fans. Their current style that used life-risking strike liberally was very interesting to watch. The Glory Alliance's round 35 commenced on May 15th. 301 welcomed Tiny Herb to their home stadium. 301 stadium is jam-packed today, Pan Lin exclaimed in the broadcast. Well, of course. For 301 to have reached this stage, their fans should also come out and do their best to support their team, Li Yibo said. No one would have expected 301 to create such a hectic scene before us at the start of this season. Actually, no. Even after the halfway mark of the season, No one expected it, Pan Lin said. Who would have guessed that 301 would go to Europe and come back with an expert suitable for their knight character? Li Yibo replied with a smile. If 301 manages to slaughter their way into the playoffs, I reckon their winter transfer will go down as one of the most brilliant moves in Glory history, Pan Lin said. I think the other teams would also broaden their horizons for next year's summer transfer window. Glory's player exchange market might gradually globalize from here on out, Li Yibo said. But the rules and formats being different around the world is a showstopper, Pan Lin exclaimed. The formats are indeed different, but not vastly so. In the end, the different game versions are the biggest barriers to establishing a conversation. But the Glory Game Company has taken strong steps towards unifying game versions over the past 2 years. The large-scale Level 75 patch last season has finally mostly synchronized the game on a global scale, Li Yibo said. The rumor going around right now is that the game company is planning far ahead. Their sole intention of leaving the Level 70 patch for so long was to synchronize the game globally. The game company had long been scheming for players from across the world to be able to play together, Pan Lin said. I don't think this is a complete rumor, Li Yibo nodded. The game company's actions must indeed be taking this into account. Looks like Glory's competitive scene will have an even richer future. Haha, having said all that, let's first focus on how our own Glory League's current season will play out. The first round of the individual competition is starting soon. The big screen hasn't shown the players yet, but we can already see the players on both sides rising from their respective benches. It looks like they are getting ready to get on stage. On 301's side, we've got a game changer for 301 season, the former English Glory League pro, Ye Xiu. How about Tiny Herb's side? This is it's Su Bin. It seems the first player to go up for Tiny Herb is Su Bin. Oh my, what a coincidence, Pan Lin became more animated. Su Bin happened to be a former player of 301. He had been the previous owner of the knight character, Tide. When Ye Xiu arrived, he was given the knight Tide, whom 301 was previously unable to find a replacement for when Su Bin left. Two players who controlled Tide, old and new, who would come out on top. This really was an engaging match to watch. The audience didn't seem to have noticed the little movements at the player benches. However, the clamoring immediately grew in the stadium when the big screen confirmed that it would be Ye Xiu playing against Su Bin. Su Bin was traded for Tiny Herb's all-star grappler Li Yihui. However, after Li Yihui's arrival at 301, the title of all-star grappler was very quickly snatched away by Samsara's Lu Boyuan. Li Yihui didn't seem to have as much value to 301 as Su Bin used to. When 301 failed to reach the playoffs last season, the exchange was viewed as a loss in the eyes of the fans. The character Tide was benched because no player was found for him. It really was incomprehensible for them. But now, 301 has acquired Ye Xiu. Even though they were perched on the edge of the playoff zone, Ye Xiu only became a member of 301 in the second half of their journey this season. Compared to the first half, Ye Xiu had really improved their performance by leaps and bounds. The fans couldn't not support Ye Xiu. Additionally, this successor has accelerated the weakening of their reminiscent feelings towards Su Bin in the minds of 301's fans. The so-called grind king Su Bin would always be tangled up with an opponent, trying to wear them down slowly. Ye Xiu was not like this. His individual fights were straightforward, and he would balance attacking and defending in team fights. He was good at both providing protection and sudden aggression. This knight player from the European Alliance had a different playstyle to those who were brought up in the Chinese pro circle. He almost seemed to be more in touch with the knight character. The so-called knight spirit was not just a class awakening skill for him. His awareness, his playstyle, his habits, they all seemed to carry the true spirit of a knight. Under his control, the class seemed to symbolize some kind of glory. This was a difference in playstyle influenced by a difference in culture. There have already been articles focused on Ye Xiu that tried to explain how his knight style is different from those who grew up in the Chinese glory circle from a cultural perspective. Then, was this visitor from afar the real deal, or was the knight of this land the better warrior? No one would have guessed that the Ye Xiu's first match with Tiny Herb as a member of 301 would lead to the confrontation between these two top knight players. Enter the stage. Load the characters. Ye Xiu's chosen map, training field, was reasonably simple. It was an unbiased, symmetric, and small map. The two opponents could see each other as soon as the match begun. Ye Xiu did not hesitate to have Tide move forward. Su Bin seemed to hesitate for a moment before he controlled Angelica to go forth and meet his opponent. The two knights faced each other and walked faster and faster, eventually breaking into a sprint. Both characters raised their swords and shields into place and locked their gaze on their opponent's every move, but neither launched an attack. 10 units away, 8 units, 6 units, 4 units. When there was just one step left before they could wipe each other's faces with their shields, charge. Su Bin's Angelica acted first and unexpectedly unleashed the knight's charge skill at 4 units distance. Angelica's left hand gripped his shield, and the sword in his right was thrust forth. The 4 units gap vanished in an instant. Dong! A resounding gong instantly rang out. Ye Xiu actually managed to accurately block Angelica's sudden charge. Angelica's charge ended up colliding with Tide's shield. Silver of Life. This is the silver shield held by Tide. Su Bin has used it for 3 entire years and knew its attributes like the back of his hand. Even though it was raised to level 75 by 301 since, and he didn't know if there were any adjustments, Su Bin was confident that the health regeneration attribute on Silver of Life would not be abandoned by 301. Not counting Silver of Life, if Tide's other equipment hasn't changed too much, they all held health regeneration attribute. Fighting Tide in a long match would be very unfavorable. This was Su Bin's judgment. But he was called the Grind King, famous for slowing the pace down, and Tide's equipment was painstakingly created to suit this playstyle. A character specialized in drawn-out battles and a Grind King who slowed the pace of battle down. There wasn't a better combination of player and character, but now Tide is Su Bin's enemy. He found himself having to overcome his previously most valued attribute. In addition, he had to change his playstyle. If the Grind King could not grind, then what would he do? After Angelica's charge was blocked, he immediately began to attack. A ferociously fast and violent attack. The whole stadium was stunned. They were familiar with Su Bin. That guy up on stage initiating attacks with an unmatched pace and ferocity, was that really Su Bin? Did he change that much after going to Tiny Herb? No one has seen otherwise so far. In the live broadcast, Pan Lin also froze. He stared for a full 3 seconds before saying, "Su Bin is proactively attacking." As soon as he spoke, he felt he said something super awkward. Su Bin proactively attacking. This is a sentence with a syntax or semantic error, right? The individual words didn't string together properly to form a sentence, right? Haha, looks like Su Bin is pretty clear on Tide's attributes. He knows that grinding away at Tide would only be walking away from victory. So he had to force himself to change his style, Li Yibo said. "This change, isn't it a bit too much?" Pan Lin exclaimed. "It doesn't suit him. His play looks uncomfortable. Ye Xiu is defending well. Su Bin's attack doesn't pose much of a threat," Li Yibo said. Then this match, Li Yibo stayed silent. As it was, he wouldn't be as bold as to predict the outcome. But once again he regretted not doing so. The match played out exactly as he had analyzed. Su Bin really wasn't suited for this playstyle, and the playstyle he was comfortable with could not deal with Tide. Finally, he was miserably dealt with by Ye Xiu. How do I say this? Ye Xiu really did slow down his pace for this match. He was also well aware of the implication of Tide's attributes and took advantage of it. This game, it feels like 301 Su Bin defeated Tiny Herb Su Bin, Li Yibo said. Namiyami, the chapter numbers have been finally fixed. Hooray! Chapter 1359, Happy, Unmoved. Chapter 1359. Happy, Unmoved. Translator, Namiyami. Editor, Namiyami. 301 Su Bin would beat Tiny Herb Su Bin. Panlin repeated Li Yibo's words. Of course, I'm not saying that the past Su Bin is better than the present one. I'm just saying that what's inhibiting his playstyle the most is his familiarity with the knight character Tide, Li Yibo explained. Understood. Panlin nodded his head. 301 started strong and took the initial lead. The stadium had erupted with cheers, but soon afterwards, in the second and third rounds of the individual competition as well as the following group arena, Tiny Herb took a string of victories. By the end of the individual rounds, Team 301 had lagged behind 1-4. How could the audience still be smiling? With their rise and fall, all that was left were sighs. At this moment, news arrived for a different match. Wind Howl versus Heavenly Swords ended the individual rounds 3-2. On the other hand, 100 Blossoms entered the team competition against Royal Style 4-1. The other closely watched match was Happy's away game against Thunderclap, ending with an incisive 5-0. Happy didn't let Thunderclap win a single point in the individual rounds. Panlin and Li Yibo were using the mid-match break to analyze the current situation. Team 301 had been behind in the rankings in the first place. Their current predicament was naturally grim. Even though Thunderclap was farther behind in terms of this current round than 301, they were farther ahead in the rankings, so their situation was just slightly better than 301's. The team competition between 301 and Tiny Herb had yet to start, but the other matches had already started, so Panlin and Li Yibo naturally took the opportunity to discuss those. Happy and Thunderclap was undoubtedly the biggest spotlight. After the two saw the lineups for the team competition, the two were greatly surprised. Ye Xiu isn't coming up again, Panlin gasped in astonishment. No way, Li Yibo replied subconsciously, and immediately checked the info in front of him. Ye Xiu hadn't appeared last round in the team competition. People could still understand that. After all, their opponents, Team Lightly, weren't that formidable. Letting a core player like Ye Xiu take a break was necessary. Team Tyranny's old generals had rotated the entire season, but their age was practically the same as Ye Xiu's. After seeing Team Tyranny's intentional rotations, everyone began realizing that the reason why Ye Xiu didn't play in the group arena might just be to lessen the burden on him. After all, in the group arena, he might not only have to play against a single opponent. In addition, after finishing the group arena, he would have to start in the team competition. The break he got couldn't compare to if he started resting from the first individual competition. Since playoffs were coming up, Ye Xiu resting was something everyone could understand. Unfortunately, without Ye Xiu, Happy had lost in their team competition against Lightly. Those 5 points were truly a bit of a pity. As a result, their round 35 against Thunderclap became even more crucial. Everyone thought Ye Xiu would be going up this time, but Ye Xiu ended up choosing not to. After the individual competition, he just sat there firmly at Happy's bench and never got up after that. Happy's lineup for the team competition was Fang Rui, Tang Ru, Suma Cheng, Kaio Yifan, and Wenyi and Wei Chen. Leave it to us. Everyone in Happy said these words to Ye Xiu while preparing for this round. Ye Xiu indeed had been planning on coming out for the team competition, but the rest of Happy had unanimously agreed to stop him. Oh, you don't need me, Ye Xiu smiled. You're not that important, Wei Chen replied. All right then. Ye Xiu nodded his head, and the matter was done just like that. Happy's arrangements had been completed easily, but the amount shock brought by it was not small at all. Pan Lin and Li Yibo were shouting on the broadcast. Thunderclap's home crowd were also hollering after learning that Ye Xiu would not be going up. Thunderclap's fans were feeling a bit complicated. Ye Xiu not appearing should be good news, but Ye Xiu not appearing for such an important match felt like disdain towards their Thunderclap. To think there was still a team that dared to underestimate their Thunderclap. Thunderclap's Xiao Shiken saw Happy's lineup and was also stunned. When they greeted each other before the match, he even spoke to Ye Xiu about having another good match, to which Ye Xiu laughed it off nonchalantly. He had thought that Ye Xiu had been acting nonchalant as a psychological attack, but Ye Xiu had truly been indifferent at the time. He wouldn't even be playing, so why wouldn't he be? Show them some color. Thunderclap's Dai Yankee was clearly a part of the group that felt like Happy was looking down on them. She was currently going beyond her position and urging the players who would be going on stage. Calm down. Xiao Shiken regained his composure and hastily went over to advise against everyone going into the match with this mentality. Their individual strengths weren't that outstanding. What they had was team cooperation. Every individual was an important part of the system. If any one of them broke away from the team's rhythm due to a peculiar mindset, the negative effects on Thunderclap would be multiplicative. Captain, they're looking down on us. Dai Yankee seemed to be complaining to Xiao Shiken. Don't treat this so simply, Xiao Shiken said seriously. His gaze shifted towards Happy's bench. Happy's players were gathered together for a pre-match huddle, and although Ye Xiu wouldn't be going onto the stage, he was also standing among them, talking to the team seriously. Ye Xiu not coming out for the team competition definitely had a reason behind it. Xiao Shiken thought about it. Is he pretending to look down on us to shake up our mentality? This sort of psychological attack was certainly one reason, but apart from that, Xiao Shiken looked at Happy's lineup. Ye Xiu wasn't there and Tang Ru took his place. Wei Chen was their sixth player. The only player who rarely appeared this season was Wei Chen. They probably have a counter-strategy planned, Xiao Shiken thought. Ye Xiu not going up was a surprising arrangement that had thoroughly messed up Thunderclap's pre-match plans. They could not be careless facing this Happy lineup. He needed to quickly come up with a new strategy. Xiao Shiken was constantly thinking, but Thunderclap's players were waiting for what was coming after. Don't treat this so simply. But all they got was silence and a few glances towards Happy. The captain was thinking. Thunderclap's player knew. Ye Xiu not appearing in the team competition required them to make adjustments to their plans. Xiao Shiken was most likely thinking about this issue. At this time, Happy's sixth player had started walking towards the stage. Xiao Shiken snapped back to the present and called out to his teammates, "Let's go." Seeing how Xiao Shiken's expression was extremely serious, the other Thunderclap players didn't dare be negligent. They readjusted themselves to the correct mentality and followed Xiao Shiken to the stage. The match began. Team Happy rushed forward eagerly. As for Thunderclap, as soon as they loaded into the map, Xiao Shiken's orders immediately started appearing in the chat. A screen of words quickly scrolled down. Quite a few of them were team-agreed-upon words. If one did not do specialized research on Thunderclap, it would be difficult to understand. Thunderclap's players had collected their thoughts of taking revenge on Happy for looking down on them. They were following Xiao Shiken's arrangements precisely. Xiao Shiken's brain was constantly turning. The initial strategy was formulated, but what followed afterwards, the opponent's reactions and what changes needed to be made to their strategy were all things he needed to think about. He wouldn't neglect any of Happy's possible class compositions. Thunderclap's team capabilities were truly exceptional. Immediate corrections and commands were accurately implemented. Their ability to carry out orders wasn't mechanical either. Everyone in Thunderclap understood Xiao Shikin's tactical intentions. They weren't Xiao Shikin's wooden puppets. All of their thoughts combined together to form a whole. The less Xiao Shikin talked in chat, the stronger the team. Soon, the two sides met. Their confrontation wasn't direct. Both sides had players sent out to move strategically. From the direct confrontations to the wandering players, the two sides' setups began to slowly reveal themselves. It was too much for the eyes. Without Ye Xiu, they thought Happy would instantly collapse, but that didn't happen. A Happy without Ye Xiu still had the strength to compete with Thunderclap. Thunderclap could not be careless. Xiao Shikin felt glad as well. He was glad that he was able to control his teammates' emotions at the start of the match. If their mentality had truly been disturbed as a result, they would have certainly paid the price. The battle spread throughout the map. Every player was brilliantly displaying their abilities, but in the end, the scales gradually tilted towards Thunderclap. They had the home game advantage after all. For a very tactics-oriented team, being able to choose the map was an incredible advantage. Thunderclap won, but it hadn't been an easy one. They were on the edge until the very end. When Happy's final player fell, Thunderclap only had 2 players remaining as well. Up until the last moment, they couldn't be careless. 2v1. With everyone at such low health, if they made a slight mistake, the opponent could turn things around. The healers on both sides had died early on. 5-5. The final score on the big screen made Thunderclap's players and the audience members let out a sigh of relief. In the end, they were able to win. Happy hadn't shaven them bald. Even though they had been leading 8th and 9th place by 10 points, if they didn't win a single point here, their days ahead wouldn't be great. Their next opponents were 100 Blossoms and Samsara. 100 Blossoms was their direct competitor. Samsara had already established themselves firmly as the number 1, and Samsara was still maintaining their thirst for victory. Happy and Thunderclap's intense match ended rather quickly. The results quickly spread to the other stadiums. From many people's perspectives, Ye Xiu not appearing for the team competition meant a certain loss for Happy. 5-5 seemed to be a predetermined result. No one was surprised in the slightest. As for the highlight broadcasted match, it had also finally ended. 301 had won a bitter battle against Tiny Herb, earning those 5 precious points. Chapter 1360, Excellent Eras Return. Chapter 1360, Excellent Eras Return. Translator, Namyami Editor. Namyami round 35 had ended, but strangely, the rankings hadn't changed in the slightest. 100 Blossoms, Wind Howl, and 301 had all won, while the leaders Happy and Thunderclap had tied 5-5. There were only 3 rounds remaining, but none of these teams held a firm spot for playoffs. The leader among these 5 teams was Team Thunderclap in 5th place, but the difference between Team Thunderclap and the 9th place Team 301 was only 9 points. If Team Thunderclap performed too poorly in the following 3 rounds, they might not make it into playoffs. The fight for top 8 had reached such an extent. Everyone wanted to analyze this battle between the 5 teams. Those who published print issues all felt like there wasn't enough space to write what they wanted. And even at such an urgent moment, they had no choice but to give a few pages to cover another competition. The Challenger League. The Season 10 Challenger League. This time's Challenger League finals had a certain level of hype to it. Team Excellent Era was back. Even though they were no longer powerhouses and they no longer had the battle god One Autumn Leaf, the name Excellent Era could not be buried. The team had charged their way through to the final step in the Challenger League. Just one more step, and this name would once again return to the Glory Alliance. What was Excellent Era like now? Now that Excellent Era had reached the final stage, the Esports Weekly was finally willing to give a few pages to give an introduction. This new Excellent Era was still centered around a battle mage, Qiu Fei and his combat form. Those who watched last season's Challenger League matches should still have an impression of this youth. When Excellent Era crumbled and their players went separate ways, he had been regarded by numerous teams as a talented youth and had received numerous invites. In the end, this youth chose to stay. He chose to stay in a team that had fallen and looked to be at death's door. Excellent Era still had a number of fans, but the media had practically abandoned it up until this moment. Now that they looked to have hopes of returning to the alliance, a few introductions and reports started coming in. As it turned out, the surviving Excellent Era wasn't as bad as people had initially imagined. Qiu Fei's talent had already been recognized. This year, he seemed to have improved remarkably. Combat form had been a part of Excellent Era's main roster in last season's Challenger League. As a team with vast amounts of experience with a battle mage, they had been able to create impressive equipment for him, and this year his equipment had been upgraded to level 75. The other main roster players were found to be members of Excellent Era's training camp that year. New Excellent Era no longer had the capacity to continue operating the training camp. Instead, the exceptional trainees from there were directly kept as official members. During the disbandment, while Excellent Era's players, characters, and precious materials were being sold wantonly to other clubs, Excellent Era's successor Zia Zhangxin made his move at the last moment and secured 2 items. First was Qiu Fei as new Excellent Era's core and soul. Second was Guild Excellent Dynasty. Zia Zhangxin had accurately grasped the fact that competitive glory relied on the game. Having a firm control over the in-game guild was an important foundation for a club and a team. New Excellent Era had set foot onto another season of the Challenger League and had once again reached the finals. Friday would decided their final fate. Excellent Era's opponent was Mysterious Fantasy, the other team that had been relegated alongside Excellent Era in Season 8. But in Season 9, the one to have the last laugh was Happy. Both teams had been eliminated by them. After another bitter struggle, the two sides stood against each other in the finals. The Excellent Era now was not the Excellent Era then, but the Mysterious Fantasy now was still the same Mysterious Fantasy. Their coach Zhang Yue had stayed last season, and Mysterious Fantasy's players had stayed as well. On their way through to the finals, Mysterious Fantasy had eliminated the 2 Season 9 relegated teams, which had boosted their confidence greatly. As for their opponents in the finals, the new Excellent Era did not scare them. Mysterious Fantasy were extremely confident from top to bottom in wait for the finals to come. Friday was the day before the Pro League matches. Teams usually wouldn't arrange for any practice on this day. As a result, Ye Xiu was walking in circles out of boredom in Happy's Forest Park residence. "Are you going to watch?" Chen Guo asked. "Watch?" Ye Xiu asked back. He didn't ask what she was referring to. Everyone knew. The TV was turned on and switched to the esports channel. Six Pines Stadium, the place Happy had battled at 1 year ago. Both sides had entered the venue and were just waiting for the match to officially begin. Pan Lin and Li Yibo, the Golden Duo, once again commentated for the Challenger League, though they didn't seem to spirit it at the moment. The story for this year's Challenger League finals didn't even come close to last year's. A mere river was nothing after having crossed the vast sea. "Okay, the first players for the individual competition are about to go up," Pan Lin remarked dully. "Ahem," Li Yibo coughed. Pan Lin glanced at Li Yibo in confusion. The TV director's angry roar quickly made him realize his mistake. "Oh, it's not the individual competition. It's the group arena. I'm sorry, friends, a slip of the tongue," Pan Lin hastily apologized. The Challenger League Finals was based on the playoffs' competitive format, a 5v5 group arena, and a team competition with the points calculated based on the results. Pan Lin had been thinking it was an ordinary regular season game and failed to react in time. Excellent Era's first player will be. Pan Lin did a clear pause before the introduction. He didn't recognize this person, so he could only take a look at the lineups and match the name to the position. Wen Li. Pan Lin announced the player's name and then dully read the information on him. That was all of his understanding of this player. He clearly had no personal opinion on him. As for Mysterious Fantasy, their first player is. After introducing one side, he moved to the next. He knew a bit more about Mysterious Fantasy, though. Even if it had been 2 years since the player had competed in the Alliance, he still had a rough impression of him. Okay, the match is starting now, Pan Lin recited. But soon afterwards, Pan Lin was sucked into the contents of the match and gradually grew spirited. After all, the Challenger League Finals was an important match for these two teams. Their entire year's worth of efforts would be put to the test in this 1 hour. There was no retreat. It was either you die, or I die. Although the level of their fight might not be able to compare with the fights for top 8 in the Pro League, their thirst for victory was no less, and it could clearly be seen through their playing on stage. This sort of competition would always be able to move the spectators. When the fourth player for Team Mysterious Fantasy went up, Team Excellent Era was already at their 5th and last player. Pan Lin was starting to worry for Excellent Era. Excellent Era has been making a bit too many mistakes. They originally should have had a good chance at the group arena. What are your thoughts, Coach Li? Pan Lin said. Yes, Li Yibo nodded. Just from a technical skill perspective, Excellent Era's players are no worse than Mysterious Fantasies. However, in terms of real match experience, the current Excellent Era is lacking. Mysterious Fantasies players have at least experienced the Pro League before. On the other hand, Excellent Era's current members have never participated in a real professional match before. Their match experience is still somewhat deficient, especially in this sort of life and death match. All of them look nervous, and that nervousness is certainly one reason for their mistakes. If they don't deal with this issue, Excellent Era might not perform well in the team competition either, Pan Lin said. It's up to Excellent Era's final player. Right now, the team needs something to boost their resolve, Li Yibo said. Excellent Era's final player for the group arena has gone onto the stage. He's Excellent Era's current team captain, Qiu Fei. He's very young, actually. The information I have on hand is telling me he's only 19, Pan Lin said. But he is truly a very talented player. I heard that last year, Tiny Herb tried to recruit him, but he rejected them, Li Yibo said. Looks like he still holds a lot of feelings for Excellent Era, but feelings alone isn't enough. We all know that what matters in the end is strength, Pan Lin said. Qiu Fei 1v2, let's see how far he can go, Li Yibo said. The two teams' characters set out and started fighting in the middle of the map. Beautiful. After a few blows, Pan Lin shouted a word of praise. Qiu Fei's combat form had taken the initiative and was attacking ferociously. Very solid foundations, Li Yibo sighed. His opponent doesn't seem to be able to defend, Pan Lin said. This Qiu Fei. I remember in last year's Challenger League Finals, he produced a combo that even Ye Xiu was helpless against, Li Yibo said. If even Ye Xiu was helpless, that's truly the peak of what can theoretically be accomplished, Pan Lin said. It's looking pretty hopeless for this Mysterious Fantasy player, Li Yibo gave a fairly bold prediction. He could see the difference in skill between the two sides. His prediction was correct. Qiu Fei won. Combat form still has 68% health left. That was an impressive fight. Qiu Fei truly lives up to his name, Pan Lin said. But next up is Mysterious Fantasy's captain, Tang Xin. He's quite skilled too, Li Yibo said. If Qiu Fei can really pull off a 1v2, it'll be a huge blow to Mysterious Fantasy's morale. Let's see how Tang Xin does, Pan Lin said. In the end, he won, Qiu Fei won again. The last laugh belongs to Excellent Era, and they now have a 1-point lead. That wasn't easy at all. Excellent Era sure has a capable captain, even though he's only 19 years old right now, Pan Lin yelled. Yes, even if it's only a 1-point lead, it's a huge swing for Excellent Era. The blow to Mysterious Fantasies' morale must be huge. I hope they don't get discouraged and can bring their spirits back up for the team competition, Li Yibo sighed. Neither side will let the other win easily. But there's only one champion. Challenger League final victor, Excellent Era. We're back. In the post-match press conference, Team Excellent Era's new generation captain, Qiu Fei, faced the cameras and gave a solemn declaration.